morning and welcome. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt, and we have a great show for you today. Very excited. Lots of things to talk about. Lots of things to watch. I got to tell you, I'm tempted to watch the Rube Waddell thing again at some point today. We did that yesterday evening. I had no idea Rube Waddell existed. Again, thank you to Granny. That was a great pickup by him. One of the most interesting stories in all of sports, Rube Waddell. And unfortunately, couldn't find a jersey last night. I wanted a Rube Waddell jersey. Look at me showing up with cracker crumbs all over me. Jesus Christ, what a mess. I haven't shaved in a couple of days. Oh, I'm letting myself go. We had an awesome day yesterday. The Review Tech interview is up if you want to check that out. We're probably going to start doing the interview thing weekly. That was a lot of fun. It led to a little bit busier morning than usual, but who gives a shit? We got Corey here. Corey Adams here from Austin. Hello, sir.
What up?
Oh, a lot's up. That's the answer. A lot's up.
I guess that's better than nothing, right?
Oh, we have so many things to get into today. Fun, not fun, mostly fun. The Fauci thing I think is hilarious, and Aaron Rodgers decided to dress up early for Halloween this year and go as Cameron Powe from Con Air. We got all of that coming up. You've got, goddamn, it's been a busy week, man. The first round knockout over Gino Bisconti. You've got the Opie situation.
What is going on with that? That is
with Opie?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Opie thing. Tweeted at him. He responded in kind. He followed me. We DM'd each other about coming on the show on Thursday, which would be tomorrow. We were going to have Opie on. And let's just say Opie is very paranoid. You know what? Is he following me still, or did he knock that shit off after the DMs were done? Yeah, he's not following me anymore. Oh well. Opie is so paranoid about people shitting on him.
How paranoid is he?
Well, he's basically screening everybody who asks to talk to him because he doesn't want to get trolled.
That's some weird kingmaker shit right there.
I know. He doesn't want to get trolled. He doesn't want to get criticized. He doesn't. And the funniest thing about that is, and we did this for a long. I told you guys about this on the members only show. I talked about it on Monday. That was not my intent. My intent was to legit go through his career. He's a major influence of mine, and I was going to go through his career. But he, let me put it this way.
Yeah, start at the beginning.
I'll just read his stuff.
Ooh,
you know,
yes.
I wrote him. I said, I'm a big fan. I want to do a 30, 40 minute kind of, talk about your entire career. The you and Anthony dirty, ugly stuff. Well, I mean, obviously we'll have to address it, but I was like, I think too many people make it about that. They make it about how it ended, and they don't make it about this awesome show that we had. I personally think Opie and Anthony fans are some of the shittiest people alive. And
I do think that you and I are some of the shittiest people alive.
Yes, I'm part of that group.
That's the thing, is if you're like, if you go on an entire spectrum, right? Just really understand that you and I are probably the better version of the fans that exist out there.
Right.
And that's sad.
We're the better version of the fans that exist. So grading on an Opie and Anthony curve, we're good people. Grading on a normal human being curve, terrible. Like, you can't be a fan of that show and be okay. You can be one of the okay members of that fandom. You can't be an okay person. So they all.
I had an idea for us, by the way.
Can hold it for 1 second?
Yep. No, I got it.
And then I want that idea. So I also found out that Opie and I exchanged DMs 8 years ago. Also.
Oh. Like just scrolled up and they were there still? Yeah,
I wanted to use a clip from Opie.
It's just him with a ghost icon, and you're like, well, same old.
Son of a bitch. I asked him about using a clip they did on their show to play on my show. This is back when I was in Litchfield. And I tweeted at Opie for permission to use it. In all honesty, I could have used it if I wanted. I just wanted to see if Opie would tweet me back. And he followed me, DM'd me, and says, yes, you can. Thanks for asking. That was like the coolest moment of my career at that point. So then I write him. I say, look, the breakup stuff has been rehashed over and over and over. I want to talk to Opie about Opie. And he wrote me, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm already got, I got the DM. We're going to put this together. I'm going to interview Opie. And he writes back to me, I'm confused. Someone told me you or someone associated with you is a hater and takes shots at me. Is this true? If not, sorry for bringing it up. And I'm sitting here racking my brains going, wait, what? No. We don't sit on our show and shit on Opie. And the only thing I could think of was, well, Josh Denny is a guest on Anthony's show, and I have a guy who's friends with Josh Denny. That's all I could think of. I said a guy of mine who co-hosts Wednesdays is friends with Josh Denny, who works with Anthony, but honestly, we don't really talk about you guys at all. I think the most I've said, other than you guys have a big influence on our show, is that Ant has gone overboard with the race and politics for years, and it sucks how the show ended. And then I wrote, this was my kiss of death. You can go through my videos. I don't have anything to hide. I don't think I've ever really trashed you, though. Here's my problem. I do a show that's based in humor and fun, and we're fucking around. We're having a good time. Oh, there goes that cursing. I can't stop. Either way, people told me it was 30 seconds. Don't have cursing. So the demonetization, or not demonetization, the limited monetization and stuff is just, it's from the kind of show we do. We're pushing 4,000 subs. We must have tripped some kind of algorithm. What do you do? So when I'm talking about people, I'm having fun. So when I'm shitting on people, it's all just part of the fun. I'm having a great time.
More importantly, he should know that.
He's the king of it. Where do you think I got it from? That's why I get annoyed when people say, oh, you're ripping off Howard Stern, or hey, this one's really stupid. You're ripping off Red Bar. It's like, go watch 5 minutes of Red Bar and then go watch this show and go, oh, wait, this show actually talks about stuff. So I always get mad when people say you rip off this show. No, I am 1,000% dyed in the wool and Opie and Anthony ripoff. 100%. Don't ever get that confused. So he kind of teaches the world how to do this shit. And then when people do that shit, he goes, oh, why are you trashing me? I'm not trashing you. When I talk about people, I try to say funny things. And I try to base it in how I feel about that person or things I've observed, their observations. It's not like I'm sitting here foaming at the mouth thinking Opie's a piece of shit. I do my show. I live the rest of my life. It's that Don Draper line. I never think about you, Right. But you say something on here and people, that Benjamin Franklin line from John Adams. He goes, if you say it publicly, people tend to think you're serious. You're like, that's the least serious I am. So
get any less serious.
Yeah, I tell him he can go through the videos, he can take a look at it, and then I reassure him. There's people that are fans of mine that are in their 20s who should know the broadcast history that Opie and Anthony occupy. And that's true because that show's been gone for 8 years now, which is crazy to think about. And people who are 20, 25, they don't know who Opie and Anthony were. So he goes, okay, let me think about it. Well, then I was on the golf course Sunday, and Opie DM'd me a screenshot of one of our videos. And as soon as he sent me a screenshot of one of our videos, I just went, oh, shit. What? I just thought in my head, what did he find? And by the way, do you think Opie's obsessed a little? The very next video that was recommended for him was a Howard Stern video. So.
Does he have there we go. What was the...
Yeah, I think Opie's still into Howard. But he says, check out your channel. Are you the guy on the left? Hey, Corey, do you think I was the guy on the left?
Yes.
I was indeed the guy on the left. I wrote back to him, yeah, did I run my mouth a little? Shit, my bad. If you don't want to do it, I get it. I'm sorry if I said something out of line. 4.5 hours is a long time. And that's how I feel about it. You and I were texting this weekend, and I said, hey, it sounds like Josh is really upset about the little potch. I go, just tell him somebody brings him up or he comes up on the show, and I'm funny. I'm taking the piss out of him a little bit. And Corey's like, yeah, I know, I'm not getting involved. And I said, that's probably smart.
I'm staying the fuck out of it.
I was like, that's probably a smart move to make. So it's the same thing with Opie. I'm sitting there. He's like, oh, you took shots at me. And I'm like, dude, go read the articles about how I left radio. If I'm taking shots at you, you'll know. Like,
also, like, I don't know. That's sad as like somebody that was a O'Day fan. Like, really? You're mad about shots being taken?
Yeah. And he is. Like, if you ever listen to him, like on his Facebook, he does a thing on his phone on Facebook Live. And he really is. He's a sensitive guy, which is, it's so weird to find out that the guy who basically raised you in radio, comedically, like influence wise, is like, these guys are so thin skinned. And what I figured out, whether it was us picking on Gino or us picking on Opie or us like just barely tapping these guys on the shoulder, the guys in their 60s, the older ones, they don't know how to take the internet.
Yeah.
So, like, if you goof around on here, they're like, oh, well, I'm going to call the, it's like you're arguing over the fence and your neighbors. It's like, no, dude, we're fucking around.
I don't know. It just, the thing that always is weird to me, and this is something that is to your credit, a lot of these like shock jocks are just such fragile, just like milquetoasts of people. Like they put on this really tough exterior, but they're real sensitive.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes people get that confused that that's what this show is. And it's just not.
No, it's not. Yeah. It's really just, all right, we did this,
like,
move on to the next thing.
You can get butthurt, but like, that's everybody. But like, and like for me, like Johnny doesn't give a shit. We bust his balls all the time.
Oh,
Oz doesn't give a shit. We bust his balls all the time. I don't give a shit. We bust my balls. April doesn't care. You don't get like that's just like we used to have that big running gag in radio. It doesn't happen as much now that like we move, but like whenever some drama was with us or the co-host, we're like, it's just your turn in the grinder.
Yeah. It's just, you I think now it's more of a team effort. Like we're all invested in it. So there's there's less of that kind of thing going on. Plus, a lot of the shitting on each other on the show kind of came from the radio station itself, like, and how screwed up the radio station was. So, I mean, without that as the backdrop, there's less of that to do. So anyway, and also we all lived in the same area at that time too. So Opie says, ugh, someone sent me a clip where you take a bunch of shots at me. But now listen to the shots he said I take. I don't think this is that bad. He said basically saying I suck and that I'm boring, but at least I've got a family. Now, I think that was you and I. I think
fair though, right?
We were talking about Anthony. Yeah. We were talking about Anthony in some shitty situation that happened at Compound, and we were like, Anthony's not cut out to be the boss of this place. He doesn't know how to be confrontational. He doesn't know how to tell people to shut the fuck up or they're being stupid, or he just kind of wants to do his show and exist. He's not a boss kind of a guy, and it shows. And then we were like, I think you and I will talk about like who won the breakup. And I think the point we made that you and I made was, yeah, Opie may, not be as good at broadcasting. He may suck and he may be boring. And like when I say suck, I'm not sitting here going, this guy fucking sucks. I'm using it as like a placeholder. I'm like,
but that's what he hears.
Right, exactly. These guys are so sensitive. So I'm like, yeah, he may suck and he's boring, but he's got a family and he's got money. So like in my mind, the example he gave me, and this is, I guess, how much I shit on people. The example he gave me of me taking shots at him, I was like, well, that sounds like a really nice thing I said about you. I said, you might suck and be boring, but hey, you got a family, you got money. Like, I thought that was me being kind. He said, some of the shots you took at me seemed to come out of nowhere and were kind of uncalled for. I mean, in fairness, those are the best kind. But he says, what's weird is that it doesn't match up with the pitch you sent me. I really was thinking about coming on, but now I have to pass. We can revisit in the fall. He said, good luck to you and your show. Oh, I missed the part where he said...
No, back up. We can revisit in the fall?
Yeah, I missed the part.
That's insane right there. That to me is the insane part of this. Hey, you took a bunch of nonsensical pot shots at me, so let's just revisit this in the fall when I'm less butthurt.
Hey, wait a minute. He He deleted the DM where he told me I was pretty good at this. Son of a bitch.
Well, he must have watched the clip.
He said, you're pretty good at this, but blah, blah, blah. And then he went into the whole I'm not coming on thing. And he said, good luck to you and your show. God damn it, Opie, you deleted my only complimentary thing. Thank God I saved screenshots in triplicate.
So now we're more of a Kumia fan? Is that what we learned today?
Well, I've always been more of a Kumia fan.
He is objectively funnier.
Yeah, anything I've done shitting on Anthony has always been, look, man, the compound stuff, it's, basically I've said he's past his prime. Like, he does too much race and too much politics. That's not why a lot of us thought he was like one of the funniest guys. He was one of the, who I think it was Jim Norton who said at one point.
In his prime, he might have been the funniest person on radio.
Well, I think it was Jim Norton who said at one point, Ron Bennington said at one point, Anthony Cumia was one of the funniest people in the country.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
And that's accurate. I mean, that's probably true. At some point, there was a list that had Howard Stern and George Carlin on it, and Anthony Cumia probably wasn't that far behind. Pretty crazy to think about. But yeah, so I missed out on the Opie interview, and we'll put that clip up, the full clip from Monday. We'll probably put that up today or tomorrow. We put a lot of stuff up yesterday with the Review Tech USA thing, us checking up on Andy Dick, that whole thing. All of that stuff is up, and you guys can watch it and check it out. People are saying that Opie is a beta. Oh, I don't know. Would Jesse Lee Peterson call Opie a beta? I'm not sure. That's a guy I need to get on too. Jesse Lee Peterson is a goddamn riot. Thank you very much to Amber for kicking things off today. $5 in the PayPal. Thank you. And we were $60 over last night. So that's going to put the goal at 335 for this morning. There you go. Half hour of overtime on the line. PayPal link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. Oh, remember, your memberships get you in the $100 drawing tonight. We have a $100 drawing for VIPs, $100 drawing for members, and a $250 drawing, which all of you can get into. Tune in tonight at 7 o'clock Central for the prize show, and we'll have more details on that. So 335 away from our goal. If you feel like chipping in, there's the link in the chat. And we can. That's a goal that we can knock out in 4 hours standing on our heads. So thank you very much, guys. Let's jump in on that. If you want to become a VIP, become a VIP. I wanted to play a quick 13-second clip to start things off today. People keep editing Jordan Peterson's Twitter freakout videos.
I've seen that,
and they keep putting him in stuff. This might
shout out to Palma Stone's beta male.
Yeah. Where oh shit? Where did my? Here we go.
Beta male.
There we go.
That idea I had. You ready?
Oh yeah. Okay. Before we go to Jordan Peterson and we start going today, yeah. What was the idea?
We should get Lion King costumes and then start the Scar Club.
It's not terrible.
Dude, how funny would it be? It just as a fuck you.
Just as like, oh yeah, you're ripping me off. It's like, yeah, let's lean in.
Yeah, we've never ripped you off.
I know.
Also join the Scar Club.
I mean, I could look at a speck of dirt on your shoulder and I could zoom in on it for 2 hours and talk about it if you want.
Well, Red Bar was first in line until the little immolted hairball was born.
So, Jordan, people keep... you know what? Let's definitely, as if we were Opie, let's revisit that in the fall.
Well, we can go to, like, IKEA and get those furs real cheap like they did for Game of Thrones. That's, like, a real funny insight. You know, like, Game of Thrones, all those cloaks are from IKEA, right?
Well, I would guess, especially at the beginning. Didn't they give them, like, dog shit money at the beginning?
Yeah, but they're just, like, staple gun, like, fur pelts, like, on each other from IKEA.
Well, you know what? Maybe they should have kept it that way, because the bigger their budget got, the shittier it got. Have you seen that, the new one, the prequel trailer?
Is that out? I saw the trailer for it.
The prequel trailer just looks like they're doing the same mistakes they made in the last 3 seasons, where, hey, let's just make it a big budget and have lots of explosions. It's like... Have you guys ever watched Game of Thrones? Do you know what this show is? I don't.
I don't know. You and I disagree on that though, because like I thought the like dragon fire shit at the end, like all the dragons and stuff, like that was sweet. Like the CGI and bigger budget isn't my problem with that show.
Yeah, the dragons are cool, but the things they did with them were very non-Game of Thronesy in a way. Like when the Night King had log chains that he just happened to be hauling around. And they apparently went diving and hooked it up to a dead dragon so they could raise it from the dead.
He was planning on killing that dragon the entire time.
And he just decided, hey, let's just have the zombies carry log chains around in case it falls in a lake.
They were down there because they were all pedophiles of their tribe.
Oh, okay. Well, they were useful.
Tied him to a log and threw him into the lake. That's how they punish people up north.
So people are cutting up Jordan Peterson freakouts about Twitter and putting them in out-of-context situations. This might be the best one I've seen yet. They put him into a Red Alert 2, a Command & Conquer Red Alert 2 interruption. You know when you would capture something and then in the story mode, one of the generals or something would pop up and start talking to you?
Yeah.
Somebody decided.
Also, Red Alert 2, one of the more underrated games. That game was a lot of fun.
Red Alert 2 was great. The two best Command & Conquer games to me are either Red Alert 2 or Generals. And
yeah, it's Red Alert 2 for me. Generals is probably my second though, but
yeah,
the Red Alert 2 all day, every day.
Those are the two. I don't know. Those are really close to one another. Red Alert 2 and Generals for me. I don't think you can go wrong with either one. But they decided to put Jordan Peterson's Twitter freakouts in a Command & Conquer Red Alert 2 clip. It's very short. It's 13 seconds. Here you go.
Building captured. Incoming transmission.
Concrete report. Moving out. Ready, cop.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Construction complete.
Oh, you shouldn't have captured that building, and then Jordan Peterson wouldn't have come after you. It's just funny that he takes himself so seriously, and yet people respond with it by just going, so we're just going to dick with him, right? They're like,
well, you want my hot take, right? Seems like he's back on pills.
That's not... Yeah, I think you're on a pretty safe branch there on that one. That makes sense. I mean, the lashing out, the anger, the obsession.
Well, and if anybody is like, you know, if my drug addict sister taught me anything, it's that when somebody on pills goes sober, that doesn't necessarily means it stays that way.
Yeah. So, I mean, even Joe Rogan was on his show. We have a clip of that up on the channel. Joe Rogan was on his show last week going, yeah, Jordan's he's a little out of his depth with this Twitter thing. He's obsessing a little bit too much. And they just went to talking about the gender thing. And he also debated Destiny, who's this YouTuber and Twitch streamer who plays video games and then talks about the news. It's a really weird concept he's got going, but it works for him. And, oh no, he wasn't talking to Destiny. Destiny had it on his channel. He was talking to Kyle Kulinski. And they were trying to be like, basically Kyle Kulinski was trying.
I wonder if it was super boring.
It indeed was. But
Kyle Kulinski bores the shit out of me.
He's very, like, you know how we say about the Jeremy from the Quartering, we talk about milquetoast and anything else and everything else. He's the same. He's one of those guys. He reminds me a lot of Dave Rubin, where he's like, I just want people to have balanced conversations with each other. I'm like, oh, fun. You want to be boring.
Well, and he also is just a coattail guy. Like, he just came in with the breaking points, guys.
Oh, did he really? I don't know where he came from.
Yep. He did a podcast with, I think it's Crystal.
Oh, okay. So Jordan.
That's like when they went nuts and exploded. That's when he
broke off.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he had Jordan Peterson on, and he was trying to kind of touch Jordan a little, not hit him too hard on it. He was trying to be like, hey, do you think you're maybe taking this thing too far? And Jordan Peterson was like, she's taking it too far. She's the one shoving it in our face and going on a magazine with her abs out. And how many kids do you think that ruined? And this and that. And I'm like, none. Kids don't look at magazines. And if you don't want to see Elliot Page on a magazine, quit fucking looking at it, Jordan. Jordan is just...
More importantly, I don't know. Like to me, and this maybe a lot of people... I might get some heat here for this, right? Like, I don't care. Like, at some point... The whole whatever you gender associate with, whatever you feel you are, that's between you and yourself. I don't really care.
I've
If
always,
you're my friend and I respect you, I will do my best to accommodate you because you're my friend.
I've always said about the gender thing that, like, I can't think of a more boring thing. That's why, like, the LGBTQ community, like, they have this weird thing where they think the most interesting part about themselves is how they identify. And I'm like, no. I'm sure there's a million things that are about you, your hobbies, the things you're into, your upbringing, that are way more interesting than the dick you suck or the genitals you have.
I don't know. Have you met some of these people?
Okay, fair enough. How about their choices in hair dye?
That seems more interesting.
Okay, there.
That's my problem. Is like it doesn't like it's. There's this weird moment where you and I have talked about this before. Is that everybody wants to just like, oh, let's fight counterculture, but the reality is that counterculture and woke and all that bullshit, they thrive off the attention you're giving them.
Right.
If you want to beat them, you just have to not care. Like as much as everybody bitches and moans around here about Black Lives Matter, right? The initial response should have been Black Lives Matter. So yeah, and
of course they do. Yes.
And then nothing. Like once you take away that outrage, there's nothing for them to do, right?
Right.
And that's kind of how this is. At some point, his doubling down. I mean, it's still like he's the one keeping it in the news cycle at this point, not them.
Yeah, I mean, Elliot Page came out and then after that just goes, okay, now I'm going to look for movie roles. And then Jordan Peterson's like, can you believe this, Elliot Page? And we're like, you mean from a year ago? Yeah, and that son of a bitch doctor. It's like, who cares about her doctor? It's yeah, I mean, it's so funny. You know, we talk about the horseshoe. We've talked about it before, but I mean, the people who are, quote, woke and counterculture and this and that, they behave the same way when they're upset.
Maybe worse, actually. Like some of those people are some of the more intolerant people I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like you talk about how much you're going to preach tolerance. Okay, how many times have you seen somebody who's preaching tolerance lose their fucking eggs over pronouns?
Yeah, right. I mean, or someone who talks about like free speech and this and that, and then Elliot Page goes on a magazine like Jordan Peterson thing, and him and all his fans freak the fuck out about it. It's everybody. It's all these people who get so emotionally invested in these topics. They feel like if someone makes an alternate point that they're losing or they're losing ground or they're not going to get heard, and they just all start making noise at each other, and it's very clunky and obnoxious.
Right, and that's the whole. It just doesn't matter. I don't know. Honestly,
right, that's where you get. You're just like, fuck it.
That's one of my favorite things about living down here now. Is in Texas, there's just two pronouns. It's y'all and all of y'all. That's it.
There's a singular and a plural.
Nothing else matters. It's gender neutral. It's you or you all. That's it.
Pumice Stoned, thank you for the $9.99. Yeah, Corey mentioned it before.
Beta.
Oh, wait, no, he didn't say beta. He said
Beta male.
There we go. Thank you, Pumice Stoned. And Celtic Pride, becoming a 3-month member. That's going to put us at $325 for our goal. Thank you guys very much. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count. Real cool way to keep track. If we knock off $100 each hour, we're home free. So if we get to the $300 mark by 7, so in the next 30 minutes, we've hit that first checkpoint. So you guys are on your way. Thank you very much. $325 away from the goal. All hands on deck. Everybody throw in a little bit throughout the morning, and we'll knock this thing out. Let's go catch up with the chat here, and then we'll move on. We got some Aaron Rodgers, some Dr. Fauci. We got, you're the one who showed us the Hornet's Nest video guy who, did the houses and stuff like that. I got another one of those type of videos that we can go through today. Those are fun for a couple of minutes. Rasputin.
Hornet King or whatever.
Yeah, it's not that guy, but it's that kind of thing.
That shit is really fascinating for like 20 minutes.
Right, yeah, and we got about 10 for it. Rasputin of Raymond says, my problem with pronouns is addressing a single person as a plural. Now, look, if that is your problem, I have to say this. That's a great problem to have. Put that in your back pocket. Let it go.
That's stupid. Y'all dumb.
Y'all, I believe it's y'all is dumb.
Y'all is dumb. All of y'all is dumb.
All of y'all is dumb. There you go. Kurt says, I think he's pissed at Elliot Page because they ruined the Umbrella Academy on Netflix, which already sucked. Oh, I use a big Umbrella Academy fan.
You can't ruin something if it already sucks. That's not how that works.
Skeezy says, I only ask 2 things of the trans people. Stop desperately seeking my affirmation and stop grooming kids. Yeah, the whole recruitment thing is a little iffy. And yeah, the seeking affirmation, I think that's more the mental illness part, is just constantly needing people to tell you you're okay or you're all right, and shit like that. I think that just comes with...
Aaron, are you okay?
I mean, I've always thought so.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I am.
I noticed you have some tits in that polo there.
I'm not wearing a polo.
You feel like you're a tits trapped in a man's polo?
I mean, all right, I'm fine, okay? I'm good. I don't know. That's turned into Sam Tripoli really quick. Coltrane.
Simmer down, Arianette Page.
I don't think I'd pick. I think if you're going to switch genders, you can pick whatever name you want. You don't have to make it close to your name. That's almost trans hack at this point.
Trans hack.
I feel like if you're a trans person and you go close to your name, it's like, come on. You can make up your genitals and make up your gender, but you can't make yourself a new name. You feel beholden to the old one. I mean, I thought that was the wrong identity. Get the fuck away from it. Go crazy. Call yourself Ronaldo.
Trans hack just sounds to me like a dude who's trying to cut off his own penis with piano wire.
That is a trans hack. It sounds like something like
a really, really profane TikTok. Today we got a sweet trans hack.
Yeah.
Grab this piano wire, wrap it all the way around your beans and franks, and then tie it to a 1950 Chevelle.
I think if you go on BuzzFeed today, there's 10 trans hacks that will blow your mind. I think that's up there. Go check it out for yourself. Coltrane says a good friend of mine is gay, and it's what he talks about constantly. It gets old. Well, just tell him that. See what happens.
I agree with that, though. That's one of the things that you and I have always been on the same page on that, is I just, like, your sexual proclivity isn't your identity. Like, the example I always use is there are dudes out there that like to have anal sex. Yeah. There are some dudes that don't, right? When you meet somebody, you're not like, hello, my name is Corey. I'm a straight man who likes to tag women in the ass. Like, that's not something you do.
It's a little weird. I mean,
it's weird. Like, you're not, like, your kink or what you crave sexually is not your personality. That's not who you are.
And if it is, you're going to end up with monkeypox. By the way,
dude, don't even get me started on that. There's like 15 cases next to me. Woo.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like two of the hospitals in Austin it was like 15 or 20 cases of monkeypox.
Oh, they had the first child report monkeypox, and surprise, surprise, it was the child of a gay couple who was taken to pride events.
Yeah, so I
can't make it up.
The rumor here, and I'm gonna say this, so I do not have this confirmed. This may be inaccurate.
It's conjecture. It's hearsay.
Correct.
Okay.
A friend of mine who works at one of the hospitals was telling me that like the first 7 or 8 all came in from like they all like traced them back to the same gay club off 6th Street.
Oh no. I mean, it is like it's a ridiculous number. It's like 97% of the people with monkeypox are, men having sex with men. And not only that, but like the other 3% is obviously people who just hang out with them casually, who then got it passed on through contact. When it comes to COVID, a disease that kills old people and fat people, we got to lock down the whole country. We got to tell everybody to wear a mask, not touch each other, not be within 6 feet, not be in a building for more than a certain amount of time. But when we have a disease that we clearly know who gets it, how it's transmitted, and how it's affected, the CDC doesn't have the balls, because they're worried about offending someone, to go, hey guys, can we stop with the 8-person gangbangs for like 3 weeks and we can maybe knock this thing out?
They can't even call it monkeypox.
Oh, yeah, they wanted to change it, too, because they thought monkeypox was discriminatory.
Well, the other thing that's really weird is that it has a lot of parallels to the AIDS virus when it first came out. Because, again, AIDS was, when it first came out, it was GRIDS, gay-related immune disease syndrome or whatever, right? And what happened was originally, by the numbers, gay people were getting it before straight people. But you get a bunch of gay community that has, let's say this is an STD. Right? It's not, but let's say it is, right? Yeah. Eventually, if you have a bunch of gay people and they're spreading an STD, eventually that's going to translate to somebody who's bi. And then the moment that happens, now it transfers over to the straight people.
Yeah. So, but it's just remarkable. Like, we're going to watch Fauci in a little bit here talk about how he never said he locked down the country. And then we'll play the clip of him, of course, saying
we watched that yesterday on Rise, and I was laughing so hard.
Yeah. And then how he advised.
I was like, it was funny because this is actually me. My chat took me to task over it because I was like, I don't know that he said lock, because I remember him being like, the schools shouldn't open, but I don't know that he was like, lock them down. And then somebody sent me a link, of him doing just that. And I'm like, or I was completely wrong.
You got to watch that shit,
I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's so far removed now that all I remember was him advocating we don't open the schools yet. That's all I remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember him being at the forefront of lock schools down, but he absolutely was.
But like, we know how this shit works and we watch it and we make fun of it all the time, but it's amazing how they can still gaslight you a little bit, isn't it? Like they say, because he went in front of the entire country and went, I never said we should lock down things. I'm like, well, he would never just brazenly lie that hard if there's clear evidence that he said that.
It made me question it because the way he said it was so brazen. I was like, maybe he didn't, because all I remembered was him, like, the face mask bullshit, telling him like social distance, and then like I didn't remember him actually saying we should shut down the schools. And then again, somebody in my chat sent me a link and I was like, oh yeah, or it's right here.
Right, they gaslit you into going, well shit, he wouldn't just openly lie that hard in the internet age where you can dig anything up in 5 seconds. Maybe there's something to this. Nope, there isn't.
But he's not going to be there when you dig it up, so he can say whatever the fuck he wants is the reality.
He's getting the hell out of there after the midterms, man. He is done. He's gonna.
Well, you know why they do that? You know why they do that too, right?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of theories, but what's yours?
Well, because then when they do start actually wanting answers for this in like a year and a half, he's not going to be there. So the new person coming in is like, I don't know, I wasn't here, and then it just all repeats like normal. It's like it's the standard political maneuver in the U.S. You take somebody who did something, get them out of there, replace them with somebody new, and then have that person act like they've never even heard of the other person.
Perfect. My hands are clean. Yeah, he's like getting the blackjack dealer out of there. You can't go talk to the old dealer. Hey, Cog, welcome to the show. Backward Internet. Cog, we've used him for some of our Ethan Ralph stuff. He says, hey, caught you live. Thanks, buddy. Good to have you. 325 away from the goal today. If you want to chip in, there it is. There's the link in the chat. Thank you very much. All right, let's watch this massive Hornet's nest removal because, like I said, we're going to talk about the Fauci thing later. We got that story that the FBI, the FBI emails that are showing they're probably covering up for Hunter Biden, which, I mean, it's kind of just a confirmation of what, it's a confirmation of what you already knew. But now we got some emails to support it. So before we get into any of that stuff, the last time we talked about this with Corey, we went down a rabbit hole like you wouldn't believe. This is a video of a guy removing I think it's a 20,000 strong hornet's nest. Yeah, 20,000 hornets. And this is what happens, like, if you have a relative who's a hoarder or they're starting to show signs of hoarderism, you've got to cut that shit out as quick as you can because it goes from dirty, shitty mess to there's just bugs and animals like it's a jungle living
still
in your
thing? I thought hoarding was like a 90s maneuver.
Oh, God, no. Hoarding is, I mean, there's just some disgusting people who live in dog shit squalor. Like, there's usually a story in the news every month of someone somewhere in Minnesota that their house gets busted in with like 200 cats running around and the place just smells like shit and piss and they have to euthanize a bunch of animals because they're starving to death. And in extreme situations, you can get these giant goddamn hornet's nest or cockroaches or termites and shit, and they just run roughshod over the place. So here's a guy that got called into one of these situations, and he had to clear out a 20,000 strong hornet's nest. And there is, as much as I hate hornets and I hate bees, if I had one of the Tyvek or whatever suits on, I think I might want to go on like a ride-along sort of deal with one of these things. Yeah,
I mean, the thing, you can still get stung through them, but it's kind of cool to watch. Like that one guy, that Hornet King one, there's like ones where he's going after like just crazy aggressive hornets and like they're just flocking him. He's just like, whatever, I'm in a suit. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, so this is a guy clearing out a 20,000 strong hornet's nest at somebody's house.
It's really crazy are those dudes that do the bees and they weren't no good. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Boy, it's like that guy really stirred up a hornet's nest or something.
Beta bear.
Sorry.
Like that much nesting material that's been there for a while.
I know. That's the craziest part is look how dug in they are. And look at that. He just takes out a simple can of Hornet spray. You see this giant colony, this city that they've built, and he just rattles a can and goes, all right, here we go. Psst. It's not even the giant hose thing yet. It's like, let me just shoot a few of these out of the air and then we'll get to work.
The vacuum?
Yeah. Oh, he's just taking some raid.
Gotta start somewhere.
Look, the more he sprays that shit, look at how much more inundated the screen gets with bees. I mean, boy, when those animals know they're about to die, they get fucking pissed. Oh, it's just
unbelievable.
Yeah, he's digging into the hornet's nest and throwing out pipes that were just covered in hornet's nest material. They just made their nest over top all the other shit.
Yeah, those are paper wasps, so that takes some time. So again, that's probably been there for like 8-10 years.
Long time, yeah. So, can they sting you through those gloves? Like when he's picking that shit up, is he just getting pricked
I mean,
over and
like
over?
sometimes they get stung a little bit here and there, but like for the most, like my understanding from the videos that I've watched is that for each of these nest like incidents, they get stung like 5 or 6 times.
Oh, that's not bad.
Like they're like, but the crazy part is like these guys that do it for a living, they don't even fucking feel it. They get stung so much.
No,
like I said, the weird ones to me, and I know bees are like a little bit more docile than wasps, but those bee guys that don't wear anything, like that one JB, the bee guy from like New Orleans that I watch all the time, he's got a Cajun accent and he just sits down in his shirt and like shorts and just starts like removing bees nests. Like, what the fuck?
Just insane.
Like this at least make like I would not, I'm actually terrified of bees. I don't know if you know that about me. It's one of my only, when I was a kid, I fell in a bee's nest and I was stung up and down. I had to go to the hospital. If I was allergic, I would have died, right?
Jesus.
And what's crazy is that now if I hear the buzz or whatever, like it fucks with me, you know, like not, I mean, whatever. I'm a dude. It just sucks. I just don't like them. Right. And so to watch these guys just come in, like the wasp guys in the suits, like that makes a little sense to it. Like, I feel like I can maybe do that, but man, those guys that don't wear anything. Fuck.
Would you rather be this guy clearing out a 10,000 strong hornet's nest or take one Mick Foley body slam onto thumbtacks?
Mick Foley on thumbtacks all day.
Now, is that just because it's Mick Foley or you feel like it would be less painful?
Just because it's Mick Foley.
Okay. All right. All right, fine. Rico from Billy and Chuck body slamming you onto thumbtacks or going with this guy to do the Hornets thing. Which one's easier?
Probably, oh man, I don't want to do either of those. I'd probably take the Hornets at that point, but he would be laughing at me because I'm sure that I would just like give a shrill at some point.
You'd be screaming through the suit.
Yeah.
Now he's just throwing chunks of the nest out. God, that is amazing.
That's more hoarding shit. Those are newspapers from the 80s.
Oh, okay. Oh my God! So wait, that's
having a sale this weekend.
Wait a minute, that's not the entirety of the Hornet's nest. Some of that is just their shit.
I think a lot of that is trash too, because like usually, I mean, obviously a lot of it is Hornet paper for sure, but like it looks like there's stuff underneath it. Maybe I just can't see correctly, but. Buddy Travis says Corey was actually in My Girl. That's true. I was. Yeah, that's for sure not a wasp net. That's like a basket.
Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, they built some shit around it, but yeah, that's all stuff.
What even is that?
I don't know. Looks almost like a. You know what that looks like? Almost like a mop and bucket, maybe.
It looks like a laundry bin from Shawshank.
Two
See,
things.
like that, he just broke apart. That's probably all wasp material.
Two things never happened again. Oh, yeah, you're right, because there's like clothes. He's pulling some kind of fabric out of that box, and the wasp's just built around it. Oh, shit. I feel like this should just be incarcerated.
I feel like they should have just burned it.
Yeah. Oh, God, do you know how much fun that would be? To set one of those on fire and just watch the wasp just scurry for their lives? I hate bees too, so I would love to watch them slowly be murdered by fire. That would be a really fun thing to watch. We'll dance around it like wild Indians. By the way, thank you to Cog for the $5. Appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Oh my God, look at how many of them there are just crawling on the floor. I think that's just babies. It's like larvae.
Yeah, that's the larvae.
Oh, shit.
Queens. Bunch of queens. Still got more nests here.
Yas, queens. Hornets flying around like we was kangs and shit. Now you're being busted up. Look at that. You just got bees chilling. You got hornets chilling on your arm.
Oh, they're not chilling.
No, they're pissed. Oh my, look at that. That chunk is alive.
That's all nest.
That's all paper.
Oh, he
right
says
there.
that's all nest. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that right there, just based on what I know, like that is at least 5 or 6 years. So like, see the different colorations?
Yeah.
Each coloration is a different season because it oxidizes as it's there.
Oh, okay.
So you can see like right on the bottom there, that really dark stuff.
Yeah.
That's going to be one. And then it gets like that big chunk by where his hand is. That's all the same color. That's all the same year. So as it got bigger, they started getting bigger and bigger. Like it's crazy.
These guys got to make really good money doing this because
I would think especially these guys that are smart enough to put their shit on YouTube. Because think about this. So they're getting paid a shitload of money to do that anyways. And then they're making these videos that get millions of hits.
That's true. And you can't demonetize these videos. I mean, they're pretty wholesome.
Yeah, no, that Hornet King, he has like a bunch of, there's like in between the jobs, he'll do like a little like voiceover thing. And like in his office, he's got like 3 of those like YouTube plaques.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, probably like 10 to 20 years worth of wasp nests.
Oh my God.
But again, you see the different coloration? That's all different seasons. That's why it turns like that.
So he's just removing the nest. He's not necessarily killing the hornets.
Not yet. I mean, the nest, like a lot of, like if you get rid of the nest, the hornets die.
Here's the end result.
This guy's an idiot.
Here's a nest.
There's the whole nest.
Probably a little more in there, but that's the most of it.
Jesus. That's a big fucking hornet's nest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these guys do that for a living. They put their shit on YouTube. You're right. That's got to be a nice little secondary income for them.
Well, not only is it a secondary income, but it's a secondary passive income because it's what they were already doing. I mean, like how hard is it to bring a camera with you as you take out the beehive, you know?
Right.
But I will say this, of all the guys I watch, that guy's fucking stupid.
Oh, you don't like that guy?
No, that's not. So what they do, they all do it the same way except for that guy. And that's they like do either a little bit of smoking or whatever, and then they attract it, and then they just leave the shop vac taped to the entrance and walk away and leave it for hours. And then when they come back to actually take apart the nest, there's hardly any bees because they all got sucked up in the vacuum.
So you're saying this guy's kind of a bull in a china shop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Corey.
And maybe, I mean, obviously this guy knows way more about wasp removal than I do. Maybe there's a reason why he couldn't do it like that just because of the location or whatever. But every other video I've ever seen, they come in, they do like either like a smoker or like some kind of attractant, and then they just literally take duct tape and they'll just like that one Hornet King guy, he'll actually like take the duct tape and duct tape it to the hive right where the hive entrance is and walk away. And then you get them as they come in and out. You come back 2 hours later and there's hardly any.
Do you know how much that guy would fucking hate you if you had him on your show and started arguing with him about the finer points of hornet removal, and your whole logic was, I've watched the Hornet King and I think you're doing this wrong.
I would do nothing but bee puns just to piss him off. Like, now, does it sting to hear you're doing this wrong?
And then just play in the background.
Also, somebody just said royalty payments for McCory Culkin. That's pretty funny.
Oh, Squirrel Boy Q with $5 royalty payment for McCory Culkin. Oh, that's what do you call it? Reference? The My Girl reference. I was gonna say Freak the Mighty. That was his little brother. $320 away from our. No, I'm sorry. $315 away from our goal today. Cog with $5 says glad to support a good stream. I don't think he used the word great. That would be me sucking my own dick. He did say good. Okay. Well, I hope he doesn't delete it like Opie did. Now I'm going to tell people that Opie said I was good at this, and they're going to go, oh, yeah, prove it. And I'm going to go, no, it was here a second ago. I'm going to look like a psychopath. Oh, God, that just reminded me. I was going to bring something up with you, and now I've completely forgotten. There we go. I started up on The Boys again. I decided to pick it back up. And I'm still having some trouble.
I don't understand, man. That show is awesome.
I just like
what do you like? What is there not like? It's everything you like. I don't understand it.
I don't like the like as weird as this sounds. There's something about like it's too wink nudge. It's too on the nose almost. Like
I will just say this: you should probably get
of
the first season before you say that.
I think I'm episode 4.
Yeah, you should get through the first season before, because like it's like 4 or 5 when like the lid starts coming off. But The Boys is so, like, I don't know, man. I disagreed with you when you didn't like it at first. I disagree. Like that's one of the better shows out there.
I'm still struggling. So April's got this project she's got going on in Litchfield, and like sometimes like when the show's over, she'll still be there. And so I would have a couple of hours, and so like, you know what? One day, I think it was Monday, I went, you know what? I'm going to get back into the book. I'm going to give it another shot, because I was on Twitter and I saw a couple of, like, there's a GIF going around now of Homelander smiling and the whole thing. It's become a meme. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to give it another shot. And, I mean, it seems like after the first episode or two, they really kind of, like, they hit you hard with that Billy Butcher character. And you're like, okay, this guy's a little over the top. And now he's kind of, they've kind of backed off that a little bit. That's kind of nice.
Comes back around. I mean, I want to see what you think at the end of the season if you make it through.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
very weird. I mean, you're like the only person I know like that. That's like, I don't know. It's
well,
like
don't tell me that. Then that's going to be a point of pride, and I'm going to try not to like it.
Maybe I'm trying to do that so that something I like isn't lamer by you liking it.
Oh, I see. Well, why don't you go watch season 8 of your favorite Game of Thrones season again?
It's not my favorite season.
You said it was. You said it was the most genius television you've ever watched, and that the brand move was perfect.
About season 8. I didn't. I actually specifically said that's the one thing I hate about it.
3:15 away from our goal today.
No wonder nobody wants to come on your show for an interview with these vapid misquotes, sir.
Excuse me. We learned from Gino Bisconte that it's pronounced vapid.
Oh, my bad.
He couldn't say the word.
I bet you would have already gotten through with it if it was called The Girls.
Well, yeah, I would have thought it was one of those late night Showtime series that used to be on. Oh, those were the days. Aaron, just watch it all the way through. Well, what? Okay, wait a minute. You can't do that. You can't say, hey, just watch the thing all the way through. If you get to like season 2 of a show and you're like, okay, I fucking hate this, you don't want people putting themselves through it. Like I
think if you hate it, honestly, I think if you hate it by the end of, I mean, honestly, like, I think if you're still not enjoying it now, you might not. But if you get closer to the end of the first season and you don't like it, then it's probably got nothing to offer for you, because it starts out like the whole principle is like it starts out and it shocks you into the world that you're in with the first 2 episodes. Then it comes back down as they just kind of elaborate the network of stuff, and then I want to say it's like the second. So I haven't rewatched them in a while. Like I think the last time I rewatched them was right before season 2 came out. But this last season 3, I just watched, because they do the giant recaps at the beginning of the season now, so you don't even have to go back and watch them again.
Yeah.
And so like the end part, like the last 2 episodes of season 1, you're like, what the fuck? And then season 2, they build on that, and it just it feels like from the second to last episode all the way through like the 3rd episode of the 3rd season, they just keep ratcheting up of like, wait, how fucked up is this going to get?
Yeah, so hey, you guys can't say I'm not trying. I'm trying my best. Hulkamasha Baby says Aaron is going to be a huge Stormfront mark. I shudder to think what Stormfront is.
For sure you will be. And I also think I do think objectively season 2 and 3 are better than season 1.
Okay, and they're on 4 now. The one that just came out is 4?
I think 3 is the one that just came out.
Okay.
Maybe it's 4. But like the first season is the worst, in my opinion. I still really like it. And I think, again, there is a lot of like, because it starts out so like up here, and then they have to like drop it down here to a step. You know what season 1 is? You're gonna love this. You know what season 1 is?
What?
Season 1 of The Boys is season 2 of The Wire.
Uh-oh.
Where it's like
you're gonna be you guys are gonna be upset.
You like that season?
I haven't gotten around to The Wire yet.
Oh my god!
I've heard it. I've heard it's one of the best television shows ever.
That
made.
might be that. Like there are routinely a few shows that if they get called, like you know how everybody has their own opinions, but there are generally opinions where you're like, yeah, that's fine. If somebody says to me, Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, or The Wire are the best TV shows ever made, I will not argue that. I'm not saying that I agree with like I probably The Wire, but if somebody says it's Breaking Bad, I'm not going to like split hairs about that. The difference between The Wire and Breaking Bad is very, very close, right? It's not that much.
Breaking Hairs is it's a new reality show about a salon, and they're
bald people.
Yeah, they're just working on a lot of split ends. It's called Breaking Hairs.
But I think you will like The Wire more than The Boys, maybe. I mean, The Wire is maybe my favorite television show of all time.
I've heard, and like I said, I've heard it's great.
The second season, they do this thing where, like, the entire show takes place at, like, this police precinct in Baltimore, right?
Yeah.
And then the second season, for some reason, takes place mostly on the docks. And it's just, like, it's kind of out of place and just not that fun to watch. And it's, like, kind of a slog. There's, like, a few good episodes, but when you're done, you're like, the fuck did I just watch? I think the show isn't for me. And then, like, the very first episode of the third season is right back to where season 1 is, and they never talk about the docks again.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I feel season 1 is of The Boys.
It's amazing because it's like, Sopranos was a little bit before its time, and then like a few years after The Sopranos ended, we just got this golden age of television where we got some of the best shows of all time just right in succession. I know you don't like Mad Men, but you're talking about like Mad Men, Breaking Bad, Walking Dead, Game of Thrones, Wire, Deadwood. I mean, they were just throwing like Sons of Anarchy. Like they're just throwing these shows out there and they can't miss. It's incredible.
Actually, like to be more correct, it's because of the show Oz. Because that was the first one that like HBO did that was like that.
Oh, but before its time, I meant like if you would have thrown The Sopranos, given them the budget and the writing and all the stuff that these other shows were undergoing after them, I think The Sopranos, and I'm in season 3, as good as it is, there are definitely some things that
Wait, you've never watched all The Sopranos?
Never.
Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Get ready for a lot of dated 15-year-old Sopranos references coming out of me. But if they would have kind of thrown that into that new era of television, as good of a show as it is and was, probably even better if they gave it like, could you imagine a Matthew Weiner or a Vince Gilligan getting The Sopranos? I mean,
it'd be cool, right?
It'd be remarkable. Vince Gilligan, by the way, I'm not going to ruin Better Call Saul for anyone because I understand like you want to binge watch it and everything else. There is nobody better in television history at creating tension out of very small situations than Vince Gilligan. He turns a conversation, a friendly sports conversation with a mall security guard while he's eating a Cinnabon into like the most tense thing you've watched all year in television. You're like, God damn it, what's gonna happen? The man's incredible. He's very, very good. With both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. I don't know if he had anything.
You better hold your fucking tongue because he also did that weird ass fucking El Camino movie.
I was just about to say, I think the only miss he's mad is El Camino. And I think they kind of made him do that. Just because they wanted him to crank out more Breaking Bad material.
I don't know. I still will never forgive that guy for the last 2 seasons of Breaking Bad taking 4 years.
Well, didn't you say that was like, because of like the writer's strike and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I get that it was like because of stuff, but like it was like the half season increments was because like the company was being real stupid. The other thing that's really funny about that Gilligan guy that nobody knows is, do you know where he got his start? Let's see if you know. Do you know where like one of his first credits is that like is notable?
No.
He was a producer for the X-Files.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, kind of cool, right?
That's very cool. To me, I think he's the best writer out there at the moment. I mean, if I could remake season 8 of Game of Thrones, and I think you'd have to go back and start with season 6. I don't think you just go. I'll say this about D&D. I know they wrote themselves into this corner. I don't think you can. It's as simple as, oh, go redo season 8. You can fix what's wrong with Game of Thrones. It takes more than that, I think. But I would pick Vince Gilligan to write it. I think he'd do a great job. Have either of you watched Peaky Blinders? Probably the best show I've ever seen. I've literally watched 15 minutes of one episode, and I can't say it's bad. I can't say it's good.
And you've seen the entire fucking show. Peaky Blinders is one of the most unimaginative period pieces ever. You actually might enjoy it because it's a lot of the same problems I have with Mad Men.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's just super fucking boring, and it's the same thing every time. And the thing about Peaky Blinders, now I haven't watched the newest season, but like it literally, once you watch that, like the dapper British dudes fucking fight with another rival gang, and then you watch it, it's just, I hate stuff that, let's go back to Gilligan for a second. One of the things that is so interesting and so cool about Breaking Bad is just the change in dynamic in Walt and how different that show remains every time. Like every single episode of that show is very different than the rest of the show. And that's what I enjoy, stuff like that. I don't enjoy formulation. It's with Mad Men, like Mad Men bores the shit out of me. There's only so much I can watch some hoity-toity fucking director like, oh, look at how much vintage office equipment and suits I got. By the way, they're drinking while pregnant and smoking in the office. Blah! Like fucking nobody cares.
I gotta find a story that we were just going to go to that has now disappeared. Okay, there it is. I hate that. I hate it when you find a story.
It's probably saying you're pretty good at this.
Yeah. God damn you, Opie. Michael B says, Ray Don.
Don't do that. Opie, we love and we cherish you, and please come back to us.
Oh, is that what I'm supposed to do? Shit. All right. Well,
yeah, that's from now on. You're supposed, because this is the thing, right? You know, a guy like that, he's going to be watching.
Got to suck his dick a little bit.
Yeah, also, just so you know, good to have you watching.
Thanks, Ope. Appreciate it. By the way, Opie, we're 315 away from our goal, and you're a multimillionaire, so, you know, there's the PayPal link in the chat. Just knock her out for the day, and we'll be set, and then we'll do our...
If just PayPal, he PayPals you and just says, stop talking about me.
Why is he from Boston now?
He always was. He was just lying about it.
Stop talking about me. 350.
I'll have the chowder.
$315 away from our goal today. So you guys, right around that checkpoint, we like to be at those even 100 marks at the end of each hour. Let's get down to 200 by 8 o'clock Central Time, and we're in good shape. If you feel like donating to the show, that is how we pay the bills here. The PayPal link is right there in the chat. You can also do super chats. You can become a member. Please chip in, help us hit that goal, and this show is in good shape. Thank you very much. Please and thank you. $250 in 1 week makes you a Steel Toe VIP. The VIP package comes with all 3 of our t-shirts, the Steel Toe hoodie, the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers. You get entered in a $100 drawing every month, which that drawing takes place tonight. It's our last evening show of the week, or of the month that we do those drawings. You also get 2 tickets to every live event we do, including the anniversary show, which is coming up next Saturday. Buy your tickets on Eventbrite, or if you're a VIP, claim your tickets with April. And when we come out with new merch, we send it right to your door. So if you feel like becoming a VIP, I think we've only had one this week. It was really cool. The audience pooled together because K. Fallon the Great has been a big fan for so long, and they said K. Fallon should be a VIP, and they made him one. They sent in donations, and they go, this is for K. Fallon to be a VIP. And they did the $250, and we said, all right, if you're gifting it, we'll count it. And K. Fallon became a VIP last night. So that was really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Let's do... Oh, God damn it. Okay, good. I've got the story. Let's go to... I think this is Rhode Island. Yeah, this is near Providence, Rhode Island. There's a heat wave going on there, and it must have cooked the brains of some people who run a restaurant, because they decided to post a meme about how hot it was outside to their Facebook page.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Do you want to take any guesses on what it might have had anything to do with? There's a pretty wide-ranging question.
Oh, man, I can't, like... I'll call you after the show and tell you what my gut instinct was on that one, because I cannot say it on YouTube.
Oh, really? Now I have to know, like, how much you can hint at it. to what meme it might have been. Or like, what was the theme of the meme?
Minorities and ovens.
Are you saying maybe Jewish people?
Sure.
Okay, now are you saying I shouldn't play this story? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that maybe that I should hold off on playing it because, I mean, hammer meet nail. I mean, that was a good guess. Should I hold off? I mean, I was really excited to do this one today, and now, yeah, I got people in the chat saying "Oy vey." I mean, Don't make me do. I'm hitting play.
Germans never burned a pizza.
Why are there wooden doors on the Atlantic restaurant? I don't understand. Where are the smokestacks? All right, here.
Thanks. Now to that problematic post. Tonight, a Tiverton restaurant is getting backlash after they posted an...
The fuck is wrong with this guy, man? Jeez, this guy's high strung about his...
Look at how angry that lady fucking hates him.
Or she's she could be a member of the
tribe. Go
tribe.
back to the beginning and just check out those eye daggers when she first looks at him. She fucking hates this guy.
I can't take this guy's energy, to be honest with you. I wasn't even looking at her because his energy was throwing me off.
Out of that problematic post. Tonight, a Tiverton restaurant is getting backlash after they posted an anti-Semitic meme to their Facebook page.
The restaurant has since apologized for the post, but some community members don't think that's enough.
Yeah, usually when you get busted...
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
You mean some woke pieces of shit don't think an apology's enough? Weird.
You mean that Jews that were upset about a meme...
Usually you apologize and everybody's okay with it.
Isn't that amazing? Usually you say you're sorry and they go, okay, we just thought it was a little insensitive, but you can go about your business. Yeah.
The Night Team's Molly Levine joins us live now from Tiverton with the new...
Molly Levine better be attractive because I'm getting fucking sick of these old, ugly Rhode Island news people.
Details, Molly.
Hey, what's wrong with Rhode Island? They ain't got any news trim.
Oh, God. Now, thanks for the solid 6.5 or 7 you gave us. Appreciate it. Cool. So apparently, Rhode Island is a finishing school market? Nice.
Patrice, the meme was posted to Facebook on Friday, but it was quickly removed. And actually, as of this hour, if you look up their Facebook page, nothing comes up. But all of
somebody got hammered hard enough that they took down their whole Facebook page. God, you don't see those anymore. You know, Facebook is so for old people now that, like, you don't see a good Facebook controversy. It's always Instagram or Twitter or TikTok or Snapchat. It's never Facebook anymore where people get in trouble. I like that these middle-aged people don't understand how memes work, and they went, ooh, this looks like a good one. It is hot out after all.
this was done after the community was outraged.
Will I come?
Well, what? Are you going to delete your Facebook page before the community's outraged? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, why would you ever do that?
Yeah. They took down their Facebook page. They did this after the community was offended. What do you think?
Silverwolf said she's a little false 10.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. She is. She's an Iron Range minx.
If you look up their Facebook page,
Who falls into the Iron Range? Watch your goddamn mouth.
Her last name is Jane, middle name, or fuck, I fucked it. No, I didn't. Oh, last name is Jane, middle name Plain. All right, fuck you, Aaron. You suck at the. Opie was wrong. You're not good.
Comes up,
Opie,
but all of
Opie
this
was right
done
to not be part of this.
After the community was outraged.
Will I come here again? I'm not so sure.
Customers choosing other businesses.
They must be a good fucking restaurant if they're shitting on Jews and you're still unsure if you're coming back again. I mean, now I got to try it.
To support after Atlantic Sports Bar and Restaurant posted this to their Facebook page Friday.
Oh boy. And that's the hashtag on top of it. Hashtag oh boy. They didn't realize how spot on that was. It's a meme of Anne Frank, and it says, "It's hotter than an oven out there, and I should know."
She didn't die in an oven, did she?
She most certainly did.
Huh. I thought she died in an attic.
No, she got caught. She got sent to the camps.
Oh.
Like they just found the diary. So the Atlantic Sports. So you're a sports bar and restaurant. And you decided, you know what's going to bring in people today? A cute, clever Holocaust joke. That's really going to be the thing that sets us apart from those sons of bitches across the street.
A photo of Holocaust victim Anne Frank with the text saying, "It's hotter than an oven out there, and I should know." The caption to the post was hashtag, "Oh boy."
I thought for a second that it could have been a hack, like it was a mistake. It was so incredulous to me. It didn't seem like it was a deliberate post.
Instead,
It's never good when people look at your posts and they don't even get offended at first. They just go,
Like, oh, your account's hacked.
yeah, you guys must have got, yeah, like they call the restaurant. They're like, do you know somebody's in your Facebook account? Oh, no, what'd they do? They posted an Anne Frank meme. Like, oh, no, that was us. Did you like it? Hello? Hello?
instead of adding a comment to the thread, Jessica Machado got on the phone with an employee there.
He indicated that he had Googled it. He had Googled posts of memes about the heat. He had seen that one. He thought it was funny, and he posted it.
The restaurant is so pissed that he was the first guy somebody talked to about this.
So there's significant evidence she died of typhoid. How about that?
Oh, okay. I thought I know she died in the camp, but I thought she died.
Typhoid, though, they're saying.
Okay. I just love that the first person she talked to was like the worst person to talk to about it. They're like, yeah, that meme that's up on your Facebook page is really offensive. And the guy's like, oh, no, I just searched heat wave memes and I thought it was fucking hilarious. So I guess you and I agreed to disagree. Like if you're the owner listening in on that conversation, you're like, no, give her a fucking gift card, you shithead.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And he was very busy. It was very hot inside the restaurant. He said it was very, very hot. We're very, very busy. I don't have time for this.
It's hotter than a Treblinka shower in here. What do you need, skirt?
You never see Jewish-run brick oven pizza companies.
You don't. And I feel like, you know what? Enough time has passed where, pursue your dream.
Don't call my restaurant again, and then click.
NBC 10 tried messaging the restaurant on Facebook, but that feature was turned off. We also tried calling it.
That's awesome. They turned off that feature. I bet they fucking did. I bet they did.
Got a few messages, did you?
Yeah, I feel like maybe they got blown up like that one day when people called the station a bunch.
Yeah. I feel like they may have been getting a few complaints and maybe a stray call here and there of somebody going, you just stick with it. We got your back, free speech and whatnot.
Yeah, I would love to see. I mean, I know that we're not like, I just once in my life, I want to see the like age of just the double down on this shit.
Yeah.
Right. Like this is where like what I want to see is I want to see them not only close all this shit, but like then the next post has like a picture of Hitler and it says a gas planet. We'll call it Jupiter or something, just like something just like even worse.
Yeah. Just double down. You don't even mean it. You just want to do it because people are screaming at you.
Like, oh, more Nazi memes. I bet you did not see that coming type shit. Just like really based like just fuck you over and over again. Right.
Yeah. It would be funny to see, like, have the owner on. I love those news stories where they get the owner on. He goes, I don't really see the problem. I mean, I just don't think people have a sense of humor. You want to hear my favorite Holocaust jokes? Or,
like, have, like, Hitler dressed up as, like, Colonel Sanders and just call it, like, KFJ or something. Just, like, really double down.
Just
get
really
your like, hands dirty.
Aggressively get into it. Go down swinging.
Atlantic, but the phone just kept...
Oh, God. Uh-oh. I think the puppy was really bad. Usually I can't hear anything that goes on in this house when I'm down in the studio. I just heard a loud thud in the ceiling and I heard a screaming. Either April just died or the dog shit on the carpet. April, what happened?
Or April shit on the carpet.
Or April shit on the carpet and then she got frustrated about it. That could happen too.
Kept ringing. The business did take to Facebook today, though.
I just feel that it wasn't not an authentic, caring response.
They said in part that the post was poorly thought out, and we realized that it was incredibly inappropriate and does not reflect our values as members of our community. There is no excuse for the sharing of this post, and there is nothing we can do to rectify it.
Anyway, come in today. It's our Fish Friday, and we've got Atlantic cod fresh off the coast for $10.99, all you can eat.
April said you wanted a fucking dog. I've had it. Sorry about that.
Oh, no. What did Gordy do? He had to do worse than just shit on the carpet.
Yeah. Also, for the next VIP member, free dog.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations. You get yourself a dog, apparently.
Adding that moving forward, they will be sure to be vigilant in vetting all social media posts to ensure that nothing like the events of this past week ever happen again.
What do you mean you'll vet your Facebook posts? You just have to not put that dumb shit on it again.
No, she meant she's going to let the vets take over so they can do cool stuff like celebrity weight loss challenge. And one picture's Anne Frank and the other picture's a pile of just like dirt and dust.
Oh, no, I don't think
the vets will fix this.
I don't think you guys are learning your lesson from this at all.
Customers say a written apology isn't enough.
I'm not really sure what would be. Maybe a donation to a local temple.
There you go. Maybe if they give us some money, then we'll go away. If they just throw money at us, perhaps we'll stop being upset about it.
Doesn't that seem more racist than the initial meme?
Yes, it seems like it's feeding into a stereotype.
Like, oh man, these Jewish people are very upset. Better throw money at them.
You know, these Jews are out here calling for our head. Maybe if we throw money at them, they'll go away. The Jews are like, oh, money. Thank you very much. Oh, you gave money to the temple? Well, all of a sudden our feelings about you have changed. It's like, no, wait a minute. That's not how offense is supposed to work. That's not being offended. That's a shakedown.
What about a picture of like Hitler and it says, come to our barbecue. We'll never burn the Franks like he did.
You're upset about our meme? We did not see that coming. Meh.
Customers and residents say the business should
close a glass of juice.
Oh, no.
Machado, who married into a Jewish family and celebrates all the Jewish holidays, says she doesn't support cancel culture.
I think small business owners have a really tough job, and they support their families and they support a lot of employees. But I don't think this should be overlooked. So I'm hoping that they can maybe put their money where their mouth is, maybe make a donation, have their customers make donations.
Oh, boy, is she can rattling for the temple. Wow. That was a little aggressive there at the end. 2 mentions of give us money, give us money. I don't know if an apology is good enough. I think they should give the temple some money. Okay, cool.
I don't know where that stereotype comes from.
No idea. And she married in. You heard it here. I mean, she married into the family. She picked up on it. That's like the white women who marry a Muslim and all of a sudden they're dressed to the nines in the headdress and everything else. They dive deep in. I think if maybe not only they gave some money to the temple, and maybe I'm just spitballing here, but perhaps all of their customers should give a few dollars to the temple. Jesus. Robert Rasmussen with $4.99 says technically she died in a shower and burned in an oven. Thank you very much for the clarification. Guys, we are $310 away from our goal today. Let's see if we can knock that down to 200 by 8 o'clock. So in the next 45 minutes, see if we can knock that goal down to 200. If you feel like donating today, please do. We would appreciate it, and it does keep this show going. We do need to hit that goal to make sure we're breaking even for the day. Gordy says, their second meme they decided to post instead wasn't much better. They said, it's hotter than the bellows of a slave ship in here. That's not good.
Yeah, it's not good at all.
Buzz Nelson says, I didn't even know she was sick. People saying R.I.P. Gordy in the chat. I mean, I haven't heard him since that little kerfuffle upstairs, so I don't know. Yeah, right. Like Aaron would give away a free dog. It's going to be a raffle or an auction, says Mr. Approachable. Well, hey, I know what I have. Okay. I know what I have. We're flirting. Yeah. Dave says
from Naples.
God, I'm just skipping so many comments here because they're just not. Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to shit on you or anything, but yeah. Nate says the boys look cute today. Oh, thanks, Nate. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you for the kind words.
He's talking about your tits.
K-Fall in the Great says, morning, boss. Sorry I'm late. I got drunk and slept in. Hope this doesn't affect my mod pay. Morning, Uncle Corey. There was
a Scars Club in here saying, like, heard you were talking about me, and that account was created 2 years ago, so it's probably not Dave.
Oh, cool. I missed that one.
I just think it's just weird because it had like the logo of it and then just like heard you were talking about me. So maybe we're in Sir's head.
Nice.
I'm telling you, we need to get these lion costumes and have the Scar Club.
Well, I mean, I just thought it was silly when they went that Bring Back group went. They're copying us. I'm like, I don't think you could find two shows more different. I think we made fun of somebody they made fun of, and then I went, oh, yeah, I'm a big Red Bar fan, and he calls these his fools. And like, oh, they mentioned us, and it's like, whoa, Take
I
it
just
easy.
hate when Red Bar gets indictive about like people copying him, and it's like you're doing reaction videos.
Not only that, like
you didn't invent that. Like I get so mad at it's actually, we'll even direct this at Howard just because I know some people like, I actually like Nate. I know he likes Red Bar, so I'm not trying to shit on his guy or anything.
I mean,
like,
I even like the show, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, like I've always said the same thing where like Red Bar I thought used to be like, again, just people lose their teeth. That's just what happens. But the thing about like Howard Stern, same thing. Like when he was here and Tom Bernard kicked him out of here, but ratings wise, Howard just went on there. Oh, he's stealing my format and everything. Like you didn't invent fucking a bunch of people sitting around the mic. Simmer the fuck down with that.
Well, I mean, and the other thing is like when we're all making fun of people, and then especially like his show. No offense, we're all doing Jocktober. Like we're all doing Opie and Anthony's Jocktober, and even Opie and Anthony got that from
Anthony
somewhere
didn't
else.
invent it either. That came from like the 70s.
Yeah, so it's kind of one of those things where like everyone wants to be an original, but nobody wants to admit they're not.
Because it's all almost everything like that goes back to like what is it, Bob and Ray or whatever, Chris Elliott's dad.
Jesus, even Steve Allen. You know, and like the Tonight Show and shit. Yeah. It's all Who Are These Podcasts? Now, dude, Who Are These Podcasts? I used to really like that channel, but then they just started sucking Kumi a dick, and they got that in. And I'm not saying I wouldn't if I was in their same position, but now they'll rip on everybody, but they won't rip on like a Gino or an Anthony or anyone else because they're in with that. And there's a lot of material.
That's what I hate the most is when somebody like, I don't care if you're going to do a like, let's shit on everybody format, but then when you get to the point where you're like, well, we're not going to shit on this one, you're not doing it.
Yeah, like the show I listened to the most was Red Bar, and we got in a back and forth with him. Who gives a shit? But yeah, I just think it would be funny if they accused us of ripping him off, and we went, okay, we're going to do a Scar Club. And yeah, that's funny. You just dress up as Scar.
Dude, I think it's so funny. Gordy, not your best work. You just don't understand comedy, Gordy. You better stick to shitting on rugs, my guy.
Hey, he's having a tough day. Don't make it worse on him. Nate says, no, they handpicked clips from your show that looked like a straight-up copycat. It was a misunderstanding from both ends. Yeah, see, now Nate understands. But they kicked Nate out of the group for pointing that out. So it's a real...
Did they really?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. I hear maybe Nate can correct that for me, but they were mad at Nate because he said, oh, actually, it's a good show. I like Steel Toe. You're not allowed to... I mean, Mike went off and was like, you're not allowed to like that show. And then out goes old Nate. Which is too
I had a
bad.
friend of mine that got kicked out of that group for saying something about I think it was Kumia. I forget who it was, like just somebody he was bagging on. He's like, actually, this guy's not that bad. They kicked him out of the group for that. It's like all he said.
He says, I did not get kicked out. I got bullied out. Oh, that's way better.
What's the difference?
I didn't get kicked out of the Crips. I got jumped out. Like,
you can't fire me. I quit.
Yeah. $310 away from our goal today, guys. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats count. Becoming a member counts. So if you feel like chipping into the show today, we got to hit that $310 goal, and we'll be good to go. I keep checking my phone because I'm getting texts from April about what's going on upstairs, and I'm just very interested in this. He's tiny. I hate it. Or I hate being mad at him. He's tiny, and I hate it. But he's still bad. Sorry for the noise. I think when he does a really good job with his going to the bathroom and everything else, and then he shits on the floor, I think it really gets to her. I
think shit on the floor gets to everybody.
Well, it does, but I mean, I think especially when he's gone like days without having any kind of accident, and you're like, wow, at 4 months, he's already, peeing and where he's supposed to and shitting where he's supposed to. So when they slip up one time, you're like, son of a goddamn dog. Like, you're just disappointed. Nate says, Mike messaged me and said, I'm welcome back. He was very nice. Well, Nate, I want you to
you go back? I want to know, did you go back?
Not only do I want you to go back, I want you to fix this ugliness between our two shows because I am a fan.
I know you don't. I want to know if you went back.
I know you don't. But I like the show. I had my criticisms.
Goddamn ground, Aaron.
I'm standing my ground. What I said, and I don't take it back at all. But Mike and I had our back and forth. I was a little surprised that he was so passive about it. It kind of let me down a little. Like, that's how little I care about people talking shit.
They're
like,
just all fragile, man. Everybody's so fucking fragile.
He says, no, I can't show my face there again. I left out of emotion. Oh, wow. There you go.
There we go.
All right, so let's start knocking into Red Bar Scars Club. Said, why would the real Red Bar be here? We didn't say the real Red Bar.
He does watch a lot of the shows that he digs on.
Well, yeah, you have to if you're going to dig on them. I think that's you gotta
Right,
do.
so
your
that's
research.
literally why he would be there.
Yeah, you can't blame us for thinking that. Especially when you have the name of the. I mean, if you're not him, then that's a little creepy that you would have the name of his thing, and I'm not sure he would appreciate it. Amy with $25 on PayPal.
You're run-of-the-mill super fan, Aaron.
Thank you very much. 285 away from our goal today. 285, so only $85 away from our next checkpoint at 8 o'clock in 35 minutes. A good dog owner will recognize the pre-poop signals and will have their cupped hands ready to receive the load instead of the carpet or floor.
I feel like you've had your hands cupped and received a lot of loads.
No.
Dave Dolan.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. I was going to cut that off at the quick.
Oh,
But no.
you use your mouth.
Well, I mean, like a good boy.
Yeah.
Jesus. What am I, gay? Let's go into the Dr. Fauci thing. He was talking to a lady with a Jewish necklace on. That's a little on the nose. See what I did there?
It was on Rising.
The clip where he says he never said it.
Yes, it was on Rising yesterday.
Okay, so cool. This is Town Hall clipped this. Oh, I think that's shitty when websites do that. So townhall.com just took this video, played it, and they put their logo all over it, and it's from a different show. Oh, you should at least give credit to the show.
And they also I'm not saying that I care about them doing Fauci, but they like to do that and then take shit out of context. I don't believe they did it in this case, but I'm saying that's something they like to do.
Okay, well, this is Fauci yesterday, and then we have Fauci in October of 2020. Let's watch it. Again, this had me thinking that Fauci was telling the truth because I'm like, in the age of the internet, there's no way someone would be so brazen as to tell such a fact-checkable lie.
I'm telling you, yesterday when we watched it, I was like, oh, I think that's true because it's been so long now, I don't remember him advocating for schools being closed. I just remember him advocating for them not opening.
Right. I mean, it just, again, you don't expect someone to lie so openly, but here you go.
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
Well, again, it's first of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down. You're asking me questions. You're talking about
not only. Okay, now wait a minute. This is going to be important for 30 seconds from now. Not only did I not recommend locking schools down, I did not recommend locking anything down. Remember that
stupid
part.
And you're misquoting me.
But now, should we be surprised that the guy who literally changed the definition of gain of function research so he wouldn't get caught breaking the law would just blatantly lie about something he did say? I guess we should have saw this coming. Every time this guy gets in trouble, he just goes, nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
Like every time Rand Paul corners him on something, he goes, Senator Paul, you're ridiculous. No, nuh-uh. It's like, well, Dr. Fauci, I've got 14 emails here that say that you said winky face emoji. We won't tell them it was your lab, winky face emoji. Senator Paul, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, and you are just being so unscientific, and nuh-uh.
the CDC is the public health agency that uses their epidemiologists and their science-based approach to make recommendations.
What they are,
it was a decision to make.
So now that was his comment yesterday or 2 days ago. Yeah. This is him in October of 2020.
It was a decision to make a recommendation to the president. It wasn't my decision that I could implement. And when it became clear that when we had community spread in the country with a few cases of community spread, this was way before there was a major explosion like we saw in the Northeastern corridor driven by New York City metropolitan area.
Corridor! There's an R there, you piece of shit.
Okay.
I recommended to the president that we shut the country down.
It's just, how can you be so racist?
Technically, no. If you're going to be lawyery, though, technically you didn't say schools, right? Country.
That's what was so funny about the clip from yesterday is that he went, I never recommended shutting anything down. And then he goes,
entire fucking country.
The entire country we're going to lock down. It's like, motherfucker, I know you're 80, 81 years old, but like, you know this shit is checkable now, right? We can look, and like, even like doubting myself, I felt bad after I watched the clip. I'm like, why did I doubt myself on this at all? I remember this asshole doing these things.
Right, and that's kind of how I felt too, because it's just like the way he says it, you're just like, oh yeah, maybe I didn't. And then everybody in my chat gave me shit.
Yeah, it's like I should have just trusted my gut on this one and go, no. This motherfucker was recommending we shut everything down like right off the bat. In fact, remember, he was the only one that was perceived as like kind of on the left who was defending Trump shutting down China and shutting down travel from all these countries. They asked him, did it save lives? He goes, absolutely, it saved lives.
Well, that was the funny thing about Trump is if you listen to people, when Trump, this is the thing that I will always remember is when Trump locked down China, everybody called him racist. And then 6 months, 8 months later, they were saying that like he didn't act fast enough.
Yeah, it's almost like it was
like,
rigged for him not to win from the beginning.
Nah.
How dare I?
Also kind of funny, right? Is that if the monkeypox stuff is also linked to Wuhan, which it looks like it is, then the two accidents primarily target the elderly and the gay. That doesn't sound like something China would do at all.
See, I haven't seen anything on monkeypox.
They were
and
researching
Wuhan.
monkeypox at the Wuhan lab.
Oh, Wuhan Institute of Virology published monkeypox research 3 months ago. So that would have been, okay, May 31st. So that would be around March. National Institute of Health have also been researching monkeypox along with the Wuhan Institute.
Can't make it up. And that's something that nobody in the media is talking about.
But the article right after that says, no, monkeypox was not created in a Wuhan lab. Well, that's like a weird cover-up you can do because, yeah, of course, monkeypox
it wasn't created.
was not,
they were researching and editing it. That's different.
Yeah, they were editing the genetic code.
Also, and the monkeypox is one of the only viruses we've ever seen that will re-edit your DNA code, similar to the way some of the vaccines were.
Fun.
Like of all the viruses we've seen, none of them are able to do this weird thing that this virus can do that may or may not have been experimented on a lab.
Let's go ahead and do a little catch-up here. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, whatever the problem is that makes your car inoperable, our friends at All Care Towing will pick you up quicker than anybody. So if you're one of our OG fans in central Minnesota, All Care Towing is the way to go, 320-253-5203. And speaking of central Minnesota, Rocca Handling in Sauk Rapids, a material handling dealer specializing in Taylor forklifts and shuttle wagon railcar movers, is hiring for field service technicians and a part service coordinator. They have competitive pay and benefits, and if you're interested, call Andy at 320-330-9212 or email rockagrp.com/careers. That's rockagrp.com/careers. The link is right there in the chat. All right. Let's someone says ketchup is excellent on eggs. That's the worst joke I've heard this morning, and I'm kind of in a weird way proud of you for it. 285 away from the goal. Let's knock her down to 200 in the next half hour, and we are good to go. We have an update on Gordy. April sent me a message a couple of minutes ago that said, I caught him starting to shit on the carpet. So I yelled no to him, and he trailed shit hunks across the carpet and up the stairs, then hid under our bed and wouldn't come out. So I yelled and slammed the floor. He does this way too often. He's bad. He knows better. So he pulls bullshit with April and then runs upstairs and runs under the bed. I gotta say, like, there's some shit like kids and pets do that you know is wrong and it's really bad, but you have a weird respect for it. Like, hey man, like you got the fuck out of Dodge. Like you didn't stand there like a dope and just take your punishment. You're like, all right, I'm gonna shit, and then all right, I know I fucked up. I lost my shit there for a minute. Literally, I'm getting out of here. Like, I can outrun her. I know I can. And you just take off up the stairs. I don't know. I don't get that treatment from Gordy. I don't know if he looks at women as soft. I don't know if he's a misogynist or what the deal is. But I typically don't get that treatment from old Gord. Oh, there's Dave calling Corey. We'll unmute Corey when he comes back. Did you guys see Aaron Rodgers show up for training camp for Green Bay yesterday? April's upset. She said, respect, you can have him in the mornings. You know, she might need a couple of hours to see the humor of it. Maybe that's the case. I thought I was watching Con Air yesterday when I saw Aaron Rodgers report to training camp for the Green Bay Packers, because motherfucker came in 100% looking like Cameron Powe, ready to shove a rake stick into John Malkovich's ankle. Let's watch Aaron Rodgers report to camp for the Green Bay Packers.
Do I have volume again?
Yes.
Nice.
Here's A-Rod. He's walking in. And again, tell me that is not Nicolas Cage in Con Air. The
Probably isn't. He looks like a better actor.
Yeah, I bet you his southern accent is better. I'm going to show you God does exist.
Just like, looks like Aaron Rodgers being a piece of shit.
God, he really is just a... Oh, look, just threw a backpack on the ground for no reason. And now he's walking. Look, that man has gigantic fucking hands. Jesus Christ. You don't realize how big these guys are.
Oh, yeah. They're all huge. The thing about professional football players is because they wear those pads all the time, they can walk around and people wouldn't even... Like, I don't even know that I would recognize that as Aaron Rodgers if he walked by me.
Oh, really?
I mean, I might, but like with that long hair and like that weird ass... Like, look at how weird and like... He's got a real like jujitsu body to him because he's got the like long arms and like he kind of looks like a little triangle with tits.
Dude, his hands are like catcher's mitts. That's unbelievable. I guess you have to.
All quarterbacks, yeah, except for Dante Culpepper was the only quarterback with small hands.
Oh, little fumble fingers, Dante. Couldn't hang on to the ball. His hands were too tiny. That's the look. The Cameron Powe look, I think it makes it so much harder to hate Aaron Rodgers. As a Vikings fan, I'm telling you, it makes it harder for me to hate him when he looks like one of the best movie characters ever. Cyrus the Virus drove him to practice.
It's not one of the best movie characters ever.
I love Cameron Powe.
Second, you're a Viking fan. You fucking hate him.
No, I can't. He looks like Cameron Powe. I think every time he throws a touchdown pass this year, he should go, why couldn't you just put the bunny back in the box? Love it. I think it should be nothing but Cameron Powe lines.
I fucking hate you.
All year long. You don't like Cameron Powe, Rodgers?
I think Con Air kind of sucks, if I'm honest.
Con Air is one of the most lovely movies of all time. Every time it's on, I will give it a watch. It's fantastic.
I mean, that's very on brand with you and your terrible taste in media.
I just like bad stuff sometimes.
There we go. Trying to get that to work since he's been on.
I like Cameron. I like Con Air. I'll watch that every time.
Like the Steve Buscemi stuff is okay. I actually like, and you and I have had this conversation before. I just don't like Nicolas Cage. I think he's a bad actor, and I don't like most of his movies.
I love Nicolas Cage.
There are very few of his movies that I enjoy. The ones that are good, but like for the most part, I think this is my impression of every Nicolas Cage movie. Oh,
that was a good Keanu Reeves you just did.
Same exact guy.
Balls
the
Deep
difference is that Nicolas Cage never gave me Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, so I never just gave him a pass at a young age.
Balls Deep says Corey was a Johnny 23 guy. Oh, were you more of a Danny Trejo and Con Air kind of a guy?
No, I like Steve Buscemi and
Malkovich was awesome.
I just like Con Air just wasn't that good of a movie. I think it's you know what it reminds me of? It's just your classic like blockbuster bullshit movie.
Right. I think that's why most of us love it.
I hate that shit though. I'm not there. Like if I'm going to watch awesome explosions and not know what's going on, I'd rather watch a movie with Chow Yun-Fat.
On paper, you look at Con Air and you're like, I have no business liking this movie. And then you start watching it and you're going, I'm enjoying myself in a weird way.
I don't know. It's like just so bad. Like it's one of those movies where it's just so bad. Like again, it's that accent. I know you mentioned it, but like that Nicolas Cage Southern accent is impossible to listen to. It's fucking terrible.
It's part of the movie's charm to me is how bad that accent is.
It feels like the entire fucking movie is like some kind of like Rickroll. The most adorable and humanistic character is the serial killer.
Yeah, you're like rooting for him most. Although you are rooting, you're like, oh, please let that little girl be alive. And she is.
And they have like Malkovich in it for no reason at all.
What? He's the main antagonist.
Is he? Because the main antagonist is anybody sitting in the movie trying to choke through that piece of shit movie.
Him and Cole Meany, the dickhead ATF or FBI or whatever he is, the dickhead agent who keeps fucking things up. Him and Cyrus the Virus are the quote-unquote bad guys.
It's just, I don't know. The real bad guy is just the airplane as it crashes. I find that movie to be just so...
Hey.
And it's very on brand with Nicolas Cage. Like they're over-the-top movies that just aren't fun to watch. Like it's... I don't regret the first time I saw it in the movie theater because, again, like there's cool explosions, the plane crash, all that. But I walk away from that being like, whatever. It's just like Gone in 60 Seconds for me. Beyond the actual cool cars, I leave that movie with nothing. And I feel like that's how it is with almost every Nicolas Cage movie. I walk out of the theater, and there are a few exceptions. Like I love that Lord of War, whatever it is.
Yeah,
I think that movie's really good. Leaving Las Vegas was pretty good.
I gotta say, I watched Leaving Las Vegas for the first time since I've had kids, and I got like 20 minutes in, and I'm like, this is a good movie. I like it, but I'm like, oh, I can't fucking do it. Like
I haven't rewatched it in a long time, so maybe it hasn't.
It's too hard. Like it's really good. Don't get me wrong. I like Leaving Las Vegas, but like when he's pining over his kid, but then drinking himself to death, and you're just like, oh, that one hits too hard. Oh, boy, this is going to be really uncomfortable. I remember watching it as like a single guy with no kids. I'm like, aha, look at this fucking mess. This movie's great. And now you're just like, I really never want to become this guy. But no, you don't like the ending of Con Air where MC Gainey says to Nicolas Cage, we got one engine shot to shit, 0 fuel, and we're dropping too fast. The strip is where I'm landing, but the word is crash. It's like, no, wait a minute. Anybody who's been to the Las Vegas Strip knows that he can turn that plane right a little bit and you'll just land in the fucking desert.
Right. It's just, like, that movie is just filled with shit that just is annoying. I don't know. I don't.
It's charming to me. It's a charming
right, no, and
movie.
I get like, I'm not judging anybody that, like, I don't like it personally. I'm not judging anybody that does because God knows I love a lot of shitty movies. It's just one of those movies where it's shitty, but some people think it's a good shitty.
Right.
And that's okay.
And you just think it's a shitty.
Right. It just didn't, I don't really like Nicolas Cage. Again, like I don't go into that monotone, can't act bullshit. Like it just doesn't do anything for it. Like I have a Southern accent, but my face can't do no acting.
No, but his wife was his hummingbird.
Hummingbird.
You're my hummingbird.
I didn't commit this crime, and now I have to do without my hummingbird wife. It's just fucking stupid. It's just as stupid as that fucking the Declaration of Independence one or whatever. There's a map on the back of the Constitution.
Did he do a Southern accent in that one too?
No, but that's just this fucking just like stupid ass.
Are you so scarred by Con Air? You just think he's Cameron Powe and everything now?
No, I'm telling you, go back and watch a clip of almost any movie he's in. He doesn't have that Southern draw, but he talks just as slow. I mean, it's like Jake is in a movie, really. Like, let's talk about it.
Oh God, don't make me think that. Don't make now. I'm gonna forget you said that.
Seriously. Every time you see Nicolas Cage, just think about him going, hello, because that's what he's doing.
No,
every time.
I'm not thinking of Nicolas Cage as Jake.
You
Hudson.
You will now. Next time you see him, hello, I'm Nicolas Cage. Hello.
Oh, shit. All right, 285 away from our goal today. Super chats and memberships count. We got the PayPal link right there in the chat if you feel like chipping in. Let's see if we can't go on a quick run here before 8 o'clock and knock that down to 200 by the halfway point in today's show. Let's go into a problem that I did not know was a problem.
Okay, but first, let's shout out Balls Deep for Gone in 60 hellos.
No, I'm not going to see Nicolas Cage as Jake Hudson. I refuse.
Wait, it's already there. You can't unhear it. You can't unsee it. I know you. You can resist it all you want, but it's already there, eating away at you. And you know how I know it's eating away at you? Because you didn't have a snappy retort real quick. You just shut down like you do when something's resonating in a way you don't want to.
I don't want it to. Right. If I shut it down, I won't see it. I do want to say, like, as much as we're talking about Nicolas Cage and we're having a good time, I do think it's important. I feel responsible as someone with a platform to let you guys know what the big problems in local communities are. And apparently this one is, it even says in the headline, this is a nationwide issue. Now, this is a story out of Michigan, but this news organization is being told that this is a problem in cities across the country. I'm not even going to have you guys guess what it is, because there's no way in hell that you will guess what it is. Let's
the chat is going nuts about this.
Let's find out what this national crisis we're going through is, and hopefully we'll be able to get through it together.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how stupid is it?
You're only letting me go to 10?
Play it.
All
Roll that footage.
This is the very definition of the news running out of shit and needing to. This is a wag the dog news story if I've ever seen one.
Florida to Maryland and even in Michigan, police across the country have been warning the public about people pretending to play violins to solicit money.
What?
Yeah.
Also, is she wearing green?
Yeah.
Green is not a creative color.
So the big problem we're having in our country is that you've got people on the street pretending to play violin.
Wait, hold on. Let me see if I got this. You ready?
Yeah. Hey, knock it off, you fucking terrorist.
Am I what's wrong with this country?
You are going to Gitmo if I have my druthers.
I didn't see you there. I just want you to know.
Hello?
My name is Jake Cage. Hello? Have you seen my truffle peg?
I'm going to stop whenever I tell people, when they're telling me a story that they think is sad and I don't think is very sad, I now have to stop going like this and playing a small violin because I didn't realize that.
It has to be a real violin.
Yeah, you have to. If you don't play a real violin, you're a fucking asshole. But like, they're doing it for money. Okay, well, then here, we'll solve the problem. Don't give them any money if they're playing fake violin. And if you enjoy the violin music they're pantomiming for you, give them $5. I don't give a shit. I don't think you guys have anything to talk about tonight on the CW7 Nightly News. That's just my theory. And by the way, look in the bottom right corner. Corey, tell me what time it says in the bottom right corner.
10.
What does that mean? Where was this story placed?
They're leading off with this?
They are leading off with people are playing fake violin.
Get out of here. News started at 9:30, right?
News starts at 10, and then at 10:30, the Tonight Show starts. They're starting with the fake.
Talk about how fake that lady's lips look.
Well, I mean, if you want to engage in harassment of women, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Let's.
She looks like somebody hot glued a dog's anus to her mouth.
That then shit on my carpet. Apparently.
I bet that. Yeah, I was gonna say. I was just about to say. I bet that mouth is shit on some carpets. You know what I'm saying?
From Florida to Maryland and even in Michigan, police across the country have been warning the public about people pretending to play violins to solicit money. Viewers alerted us it is happening locally too. News Channel 3's Chris Yu saw a performer this afternoon and joins us live in.
How fucked up and mad do you think the officer or whoever had to send out that thing as the national warning got?
Yeah.
Hey, could you do us a favor? Could you warn everybody that people are playing fake violin? Tracy, I told you not to fucking call me again.
Tracy, shut the fuck up, okay? Hi, this is Erica McKay from the CW7 News. Would you like to talk to us about... Yeah, I'm just going to warn you right now. I'm going to stop you right there, Erica. I love what you guys do. It's great. If you're asking me about the violins, I'm going to lose my shit. I swear to God. I don't care.
I told you for the 4th time, they are fake violas, asshole, all right?
I mean, God, if they get to the standing upright bass, I mean, what's this country coming to? We got to cut this off at the quick. By the way, I'm excited to watch Glenn from season 1 of The Walking Dead tell us about this story.
Yeah, he actually looks pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Studio.
He looks like his mom bought him a suit, and he's really excited he gets to wear it. He does. He looks like a little kid that gets to wear a suit.
He looks like an Asian sex robot.
To explain what happened here, Chris.
Yeah, Eric, law enforcement called.
Oh my God, he talks like a little Asian kid too. Holy shit, this has now gone creepy.
Look at how portable that guy is. He's not even taller than the TV.
Yeah.
You know, in my head, he's wearing platform shoes like the Goonies.
I think Liam Neeson takes him out of the back of a horse-drawn carriage every night to do theater readings.
Too many limbs.
Yeah, Eric, law enforcement called this a nationwide issue. Police from places like Pinellas Park, Florida, Montgomery County, Maryland, and Norwalk, Connecticut, among others.
It'd be funny if he had a fucking porn tab open and he didn't see it. Like you had a porn tab open and he clicks over one more.
Here you see an imaginary violin. Oh, sorry, this is a woman deep-throating 3 guys.
Yeah, it turns out that is a stepmom video. Sorry about that. Corey Chase coming in hot on this.
Also, shout out to my new dad.
Warning the public about people pretending to play violin to solicit donations. Today, we saw a man appearing to play the violin outside the Target on Southwest Niche Avenue in Portage. He claimed he needed help for food and rent, so I asked him about his performance.
Why the fuck did they just have him walk over to another TV? Like, I don't know. Fucking art direction on the news is fucking wild.
You think that was an unnecessary transition shot?
Well, no, they just wanted to expand out to be like, show them the studio, show them how we have 3 TVs that are all made out of 9 TVs.
Yeah, that's right. That'll teach him to say that TV news is dying. Look at this.
We're clearly not dying. We have enough money for at least 27 LED screens.
I just love the obsession that they're like, this nationwide problem of people pretending to play violin is what? Like what? How is the? I don't understand where the crime is here.
It's like they don't understand that like people hustle, right?
Right.
And also, like, is this worse than people doing like 3-card Monte? I don't think it is.
No.
Outside the Portage Target, this man is aiming for donations. With a violin and a sign that reads, "Dad with 3 kids, please help for food and rent."
In need of violin lessons.
I'll tell you this though, like I would rather have him do this than just sit there uncomfortably and begging people for money. Like at least he's doing something. Sure, he may not be actually playing that violin, but he's putting in some effort. I don't know. I don't know why anybody would be bothered by this.
I never hate on people that are hustling. Again, I think I'm with you. I just like when they're offering something. Even like down here, the big thing is people washing your windshields, right? Like you'll come up to like an intersection and like they'll just be there. Like they'll be there to just, hey, wash your windshield. Like I appreciate that, trying to give something back rather than just asking for a handout mentality. And honestly, if you think about it, this guy's actually pretty smart. He's giving people violin music and doesn't even know how to play the violin. That's kind of smart.
It's pretty brilliant. And again, like, where's the victim? If someone wants to give him $5, they're a grown up. It's their money. Let them give them $5. If they don't want to,
don't let CW7 hear you say that.
Oh boy, I'm ostrich heading in the sand while this country rots from the inside.
You know these motherfuckers just covered this story because some bitch narked on them. Well, you know what I mean? Like, they have like a tip line and they're like, I don't think that guy on 6th and Powell knows how to play the violin.
I'm thinking this guy might be a phony. Oh, you mean the guy in a plain white tee and salmon shorts isn't a classically trained musician?
I have been lonely and playing orchestra music my whole life. I know that he was not playing N. Klein and Notch music, all right?
But a News Channel 3 viewer told me he's worried the man is deceiving people.
Is it okay if we get some video of you playing?
So this afternoon, we approached him.
Sir?
So now you're just bothering this man. Yeah. This guy's trying to hustle a little violin money, and you're bothering him. Like, hey, do you mind if we catch you and rat out your hustle? Oh, thanks, asshole.
Also, check out that store, Crowbound Pet Supplies. I'm out.
Chowhound Pet Supplies.
Oh, it says Cowhound from here.
Chowhound.
It's like all pixelated on this end, so it looks like it says Crowhound. Crowbound.
You don't speak English?
CW7, hassling immigrants.
Dude, what was their first clue that he wasn't playing it? Was it the piano music?
That's right. I got to go back for the piano.
That's what I would do. Like, if you're going to do this, go all out. Like, fake violin play to like the guitar.
Yeah, have like that. What's that group that does all the orchestral Christmas music? But it's like Trans-Siberian. Yeah, play like a Trans-Siberian orchestra track, and just like, whoa, where the fuck are his drums? I don't understand how he's making that work. This guy's good. But I love how CW7 is like, oh yeah, you know what fuck what the rich and powerful are doing to this country. You know what we have to do? Hassle immigrants who are trying to hustle for a few bucks with a violin. We'll show them.
Doing the Lord's work.
Yeah.
You don't speak English? Okay. Can we get some video of you playing?
The man was...
The violin starts and he's not playing. Oh, this is comical. The news, like, look at this smug asshole. He's standing there with his arms crossed like he's really uncovered something. But meanwhile, if everybody watching this isn't laughing, I don't know. I don't understand what you think they're stopping or what you think they're doing for your community that's good by exposing this man.
Not playing his violin when the violin music started playing.
Yeah, dude, I just imagine this asshole going back to the news station. We got him.
Yeah, we really killed it here. Did you see me?
Now maybe they'll take me off weather.
Did you see that immigrant who didn't speak any English? Did you see how I bullied him into shame? Cool. I got it all on tape.
Violin music started playing.
K&J, what if he identifies as a violin player?
Yeah, you insensitive dicks.
On the speaker.
My pronouns are I and play the violin.
You're not actually playing the violin here. Just wanted to get your perspective of what's going on here. I'm with Channel 3, by the way.
He fucking stabs him. It's like, yeah, that's what you get.
I like how he works that in. I'm just here to get your perspective on playing that violin. I'm with Channel 3, by the way.
Before you think I'm just some nosy Asian kid.
Yeah, before you just think I'm a nosy cocksucker, I work for the news.
I work for the news, so I'm paid to be a nosy cocksucker.
I'm a paid nosy cocksucker?
Yeah.
You don't speak English, but your sign is English.
It's like that Family Guy bit. I don't speak English.
Yeah.
I just did. I just speak that sentence and the one explaining that.
Yeah, and guys, like, do you feel good that you're busting this guy? I don't understand how you just helped your community. They get to hear less beautiful violin music now, and this guy doesn't get to hustle a little cash out of the deal.
The man would not say anything else as he packed up and left. Police across the country say they've seen similar performers in their jurisdictions too. The Pinellas Park Police Department in Florida urged the public to, quote, be smart and safe with your hard-earned money, while the Montgomery County Police Department...
What was the first piece of evidence that these guys might be faking it? The fact that they've got a big-ass electrical cord hooked up to their violin into a speaker? Maybe.
I mean, that's actually real. That happens.
Really?
Yeah.
That they play. Well, okay.
In Maryland,
Plugged in as an amp, but I mean, like, these guys are clearly faking it.
That claims by such performers are usually untrue. Even the supervisor of Springfield Township in Oakland County, Michigan, is chiming in, saying, quote, these are not your neighbors in need. We've seen license plates from Texas, Virginia, and Illinois.
Oh, so now it's okay to call out the homeless people who are faking it and just hustling for money. But when it's the guy looking like a bum on the street corner but wearing brand new shoes, oh, you're just being insensitive. Why would you deny? Because they're faking it, okay? They're walking around the corner to a nice new car, and they're fucking people. You're like, oh, how dare you? But then it's the violin guy, and apparently we can go harass them and stalk them on the news. Cool. Let me know when the rules change again.
End quote. I was told the man has performed outside other local shopping centers in recent weeks in both the Portage and Kalamazoo areas. The city of Kalamazoo tells me that street musicians...
And if we catch him again, we'll execute him.
Yeah, and we'll be here at CW7 to be the watchers on the wall, protecting you from people lip-syncing violin music to a track. Don't worry.
I for one feel way safer.
Yeah, I mean, thank God that the news is looking out for me.
I'm just glad that guy's no longer on the fucking street.
Any news about the county commissioners embezzling funds from the taxpayers? Hey, we're trying to stop violinists from faking you out of money here.
Yeah, the news is they know how to play the violin, asshole, all right?
Yeah.
To get a permit, and it's illegal to solicit money on private property without the owner's permission.
What a bunch of fucking narcs. it's also illegal to do this without a permit, and it's also illegal to do these things without the owner's permission. So technically, these people are breaking the law many, many times over. Thank you. You've been so helpful. I mean, you've really captured a big problem here in this community. And by God, what would we do without you? I think that's what they want out of this. I think the news actually wants people to be like, oh, thank you so much for helping us with this big problem that we're having here in our community of fake violinists. Gina, welcome to the Yeehaw Club. We appreciate you contributing to the program. That's very nice of you, very generous. Guys, we are at 280 away from our goal. Let's see if we can knock this into the 100s by the end of the hour. So we're looking at a feasible goal coming into the last hour of the show. So we got 2 hours left in the program, 280 away from it. Let's see a few people take a few minutes out of their day here, click that PayPal link, throw in a few bucks, and support the show. Hit that goal. If we hit the goal, we do an extra half hour of overtime for you. We go until 10:30 Central Time instead of 10 o'clock. And also, it's just our way of saying thank you for keeping this show breaking even, if you will. So 280 away from the goal. If you feel like chipping in, man, super chats count. You can do that right now. You can become a member. You're entered in a $100 drawing tonight if you do that. And if you chip in on PayPal, that goes to the show as well. $280 away from our goal. Or if you go on steeltoeentertainment.com/shop and you order some merch, that comes off the goal as well. So there's the link to that in the chat. I don't... describing people playing a fake violin as a nationwide problem, I don't know. Maybe if gas was at $1 a gallon, we could focus on this.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, hey, by the way, guys, we've covered all the news. There's no news left to cover. Also, this guy's not actually playing the violin.
Look at this asshole not really playing violin. All right, well, you've been warned. Anyway, on to weather. Nope, we're going to take 3 minutes to warn you about this nationwide issue. And they go, oh, it's a nationwide issue. And then they go, here's a Facebook post from 2 other cities in the entire country. Well, you've got me sold. That must be a nationwide problem. I've been wondering about Joe Biden recently, with his COVID diagnosis and everything else. They trotted him out yesterday to make a speech. And number one, he has that voice of like bedridden sick guy. So
what's really crazy about that? Like conspiracy theory guy in me, right? He did that like weird phone in to the we covered this like Monday. The weird phone in to the economic whatever about like gas or he did like a virtual meeting.
Yeah, the one where he said he was like going stir crazy or whatever.
Right, but when we compared it to like the way he talks, like for all those people that are like, oh, like they're holograms or whatever, right? That's the clearest he's ever been speaking ever in the last 20 years is when he was remoting in.
Yeah. Do you want to watch a video that's so creepy you could almost be forgiven for thinking it's a deep fake? This is Joe Biden.
I wouldn't say I want to, Bobs.
This is Joe Biden talking about, of course, the insurrection. He's talking about how you can't be pro-insurrection and pro-America.
He just looks like he doesn't know where he is. Look at that picture.
Well, here's what I want you to do, guys. I want you to count how many times he blinks in this video. I want you to count the blinks. That's going to be very...
Like his human skin or the lizard underneath eyelids?
I want you to count both. You guys go ahead. Get your pens and pencils ready.
You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-cop. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy.
Doesn't he have that terrible, like, congested...
He sounds like shit.
Yeah, he sounds like dog. That sounds like a guy...
He sounds like you do, like, when you first start... Like, some days when you're all congested and it takes you, like, 10 minutes to get, like, warmed up and then your, like, voice loosens up.
Yeah, those sinuses are all plugged up. So he got fucked up from COVID pretty bad. Because it's been...
But he looks fucking... changed and sick and like real bright. He looks brighter than normal.
His skin looks what's that word? Not flaky. What's
pasty.
That? Pasty. He has really pasty skin and he's talking like shit.
He's not gonna fucking make we're gonna see our first president die in office, man. I'm almost convinced.
Do you mean like not of an assassination, just like a guy just dropped dead?
Well, I mean, if you believe that Wuhan was engineered in a lab, you could say it was an assassination of sorts, right?
The entire city of Wuhan was engineered in a lab?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That is that's very sinister.
Yeah, they all play the violin too.
All right, let's count how many times he blinks. I'll shut up. We'll play the whole
So far,
thing.
we're at 0.
You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-cop. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-American. Donald Trump lacked the courage to act. The brave women and men in blue all across this nation should never forget that.
Was that a jump cut?
It was a jump cut, but did you count the blinks?
None.
It's fucking creepy, right? He's just sitting there staring, not blinking, and also sounds like
that oddly doesn't look like him.
Right. That I think this Not the Bee. What did the Not the Bee article say? Joe's eyes don't move or blink in this whole clip, and it has to be a deep fake, but it's his official account. Please help me understand. It does. It looks like somebody else.
But if you look at like image searches, like the forehead is a different shape. It's just, it doesn't look like he's tanner than that. It doesn't look like him.
Yeah, he looks terrible. Yeah, people
And
in the
he's
chat are
talking like
saying
he didn't stutter. He didn't stutter at all. I mean, like that seems real deep fake-ish to me.
Yeah.
Because again, there's no pauses and there's no stuttering, right? And that only happens when he's remoting into stuff.
Yeah, thank God he's vaccinated and boosted, though, because then otherwise he would be way more symptomatic than he already has shown to be. What's the cutoff? Like, how shitty does a guy have to sound before we stop saying, thank God he's vaccinated and boosted, or it would have been worse? Does he have to die pretty much?
Yes.
Okay, so you got to die. So he sounds like this, and he sounds like... He has that voice where you're talking to somebody who's asking you how you're feeling. You go, I just feel like shit and I want to lay down. Like, it's all I sound like. That he sounds like that guy. And he's a week into COVID, and he's still sounding like dog shit. They're saying he's all checked up. Imagine Biden getting, okay, no. Nope.
Dude, nope. And then New York Times and Fortune. New data suggests CDC's COVID guidance to isolate for 5 days after testing positive is wrong. You should follow Joe Biden's example instead.
I'll make that a regular in my life.
Yeah.
DFG, you got to cut that shit out, man, or I got to let you go. None of that shit. I'm not going to sacrifice my show because you want to be fucking cute in the chat about what you want to happen to Joe Biden. No, thank you, sir. Rusty Grammer says, Gerald Ford called it 40 years ago. A sitting male president will die and his female VP will take over. Oh, my God. Was Gerald Ford Emperor Palpatine?
No, Gerald Ford was the greatest American president ever.
He is Michael B saying he's a Fallout New Vegas character. Okay. All right. Well, we're learning more about President Joe Biden. Dave Dowling did say something funny. I wanted to get it here. Oh, damn it. Oh, here we go. He says, donate before he pulls out the ragged hat, tells the sobbing story, and makes you wonder if he is homeless and actually needs the cash for food. I mean, if that's going to drive donations today and help us hit our goal, don't ever put it past me, Dave. Don't ever put it past me. In that vein, 280 away from our goal today, and we started at 340, so we're about $60 into our goal today. Let's see if we can knock it down a little more because we're about an hour and 45 minutes away from the limit, and we're 280 away from the goal today. I'll put $100 that it's a clone, says Pud Pounder. No, because they wouldn't have they wouldn't pick a clone that sounds like dog shit. I mean, he does sound like a sick man. In fact, he sounds uncomfortably sick.
I don't know, man. Like, it's, again, not to be the conspiracy guy, but he doesn't stutter and he doesn't stammer and he doesn't look like him every time he remotes in.
And he doesn't blink.
And also, if you were, let's say that was an actor. I'm not saying it is. I don't believe it was. Let's say it was, though, just for the, like, whatever, right? Doesn't that kind of sound like an actor trying to, like, act congested, too? Like, it's very over the top congested.
You're going deep.
Well, I mean, again, watch a speech where the guy's in person, where you see people around him, and count how many stammers and stutters every time he's live at an event. It's at least 20 every time he talks. But the 2 times now that he's remoted in from COVID, not one stammer, not one stutter. That's fucking weird, right?
Yeah, you're right. It does sound like a completely different guy.
And in that one specifically, the light is off. He looks brighter. And if you're going to do deep fakes, which are super, I mean, they have fucking Snapchat's filters now for this shit. And if you have a bunch of, so this is what you would have to have that happen, right? You would have to have your party and at least one or maybe two intelligent communities devoted to protecting you. Guess what he has?
He does have those things.
And I'm not saying like what my main thing, I'm not saying I don't know or not, but what I'm saying is that there's now, since he's got COVID, there have been 2 times that he has remoted in. And when he remotes in, it's, and I think this is just because I'm a stand-up comic. Like, I listen to speech patterns of how people talk. Like, one of the things I do is I say the word like a lot. I wish I didn't, but it's just something I fucking do. Whatever. But when it comes to Biden, in the last 10 years, that dude stammers. There's a lot of uhs. There's a lot of switching arounds. There's a lot of gaffes. And every time that he's doing something that's not remote in, it's there.
I didn't think we were going this deep. I thought it was funny that he didn't blink and he sounded sick. I didn't know.
I think that's also funny because he's a lizard. No, I'm just
I didn't know we were going to. Holy shit, it might not be him. Fuck You Dude does say, could it be pre-recorded or was it live? It was pre-recorded. There's a jump cut in it.
Yeah, there's 2 jump cuts in it. It for sure was. But like, if that's the case, how many fucking cuts did they have? Takes, right?
Yeah, that's the other thing. It could absolutely be him. He's very sick and they cut it 50 times. They're like, no, Joe, you got to just read the fucking thing, Joe. Just read it. Sean Raz with $10 on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that a ton. Let's make that, let's start a wave now. Let's start that. Let's get into the hundreds before 9 o'clock so we have a shot at knocking out our goal today and we don't have to roll it over to Thursday and Friday. 270 away from our goal today. Everybody follow Sean Raz. Throw in that $10 and let's make this thing go. That's 270 away from our goal today. Super chats, memberships. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Chip in. If you're a fan of the show, if you like what we do, $10 a month is a suggestion. If you feel like doing that, or becoming a member is a suggestion. Getting YouTube Premium can help out a little bit as well. Okay, let's open these 7 o'clock hour stories. What are we, 8:11? Oh, we're making great time today, guys. Remember that tonight at 7 p.m. is our prize show. Tune in for that. Either become a member, or if you are a member, you get automatically entered in a $100 drawing. If you're a VIP, you're automatically entered in that $100 drawing. And we have a $250 drawing that will take place that all of you can qualify for tonight on the evening show. Also, we have our anniversary show coming up next Saturday at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. The anniversary show is Saturday, August 6th. We have a cornhole tournament at 3, a comedy show at 8, and we want you to get your tickets. I think we've got about 40 left for the comedy show and 20 left for the cornhole tournament. Go to eventbrite.com. Eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Morning Show, 8th anniversary, Stoney's Bar in Rockville next Saturday. 15 for the comedy show, 10 for the cornhole tournament, and 20 for the 2 combined. So pick those up. Let's go into our 7 o'clock hour stories here while we also try to knock out that $270 goal. It's still happening in Las Vegas as the water levels continue to go down in Lake Mead. They're finding more and more dead bodies.
Yeah, dude, and they found boats and shit. I mean, we've been following. I found 2 guys on YouTube that are doing boat things around there, and just watching the levels that have gone down in the last 4 months is crazy.
It's insane, and they're finding
it's not gonna get any better. There is no, as somebody who's down in the Southwest right now, there is no rain coming, guys. None.
So it looks like, I mean, they're not denying it at all. These are the mob bodies that they're finding. They're finding all the dead guys from the mob days in Vegas, and as those water levels get lower and lower, they're going to start finding more and more of them.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if they found Hoffa?
There's been talk of it. There's been talk that they're like, oh, maybe they transported him to Nevada and dumped him in the lake. I mean,
he's in that dumpster that they found him in a while ago. It's fine.
Well, I mean,
he's actually honestly, I believe that he was incinerated, like that one guy says. I have no reason to doubt that one guy that was making those confessions on death row.
And what was it? I mean, Jimmy Hoffa was the head of the Teamsters Union, and what? He was just going against the mob bosses who were. He was
trying to break up the union that the mob bosses were using to make money.
Or he was trying to the mob thought that Hoffa was in their pocket, and Hoffa wanted to show them that, no, fuck you, I make my own calls. And they were like, oh, well, then we're going to murder you. How's that?
Well, the guy that says he murdered him said that he incinerated him, so we'll never find about it.
You mean Robert De Niro in The Irishman?
Yeah, Old Man Hips at the flower shop.
I heard he gave him some really lethal head kicks, and that's what did him in. Back in May, there were a couple different discoveries at the former bottom of Lake Mead. I got to tell you, I think these mob guys, the bodies they're finding are from the really lazy mob hitmen who didn't want to row out too far into the middle of the lake. They just kind of dumped them in a shallow spot. I
think that the lake was so big that those were deep ends at one point.
Oh, maybe.
The water level used to be crazy.
With drought conditions in Nevada, the large lake outside Las Vegas is continually drying up. And as it dries up, evidence of crime is being discovered. First, there was the 1970s murder victim stuffed in a barrel in the lake. Last month, more remains were found. And as the lake continues to dry up, even more bodies are being found. The National Park Service announced that human remains were discovered at 4:30 p.m. Monday at Swim Beach in the Lake Mead National Recreational Area. The medical examiner has been contacted to determine the cause of death. Probably counting cards, I would say. This new set of remains is the fourth to be found at Lake Mead in 3 months.
At least counting cards.
Yeah, at least counting cards. Maybe, working to rig some slot machines. I don't really know. But either way, it's probably gambling related. Yeah, we heard in the movie Casino that it was the hole digging. That they dug the holes out in the desert and you buried them there.
I'm sure they did that too.
Yeah, then they started running out of room to bury people, and they went, we could throw them in the lake.
I think what happened is I honestly think it was probably the lake first, and then they got sick of all the rowing, and they're like, you just drive 20 minutes out of town into the desert.
Yeah. We just dig a hole and bury them there. It's not like anybody's going to go looking. All right, yeah.
I lived in Vegas. If you're heading towards California, if you go west, like you go like past the airport, and I mean you're talking like not even 20 minutes outside, like 20 minutes that direction, and you're out in the middle of nowhere. You can just take a left and drive into the desert.
Balls Deep says Hoffa was for the workers. Big mistake. Yeah, I mean he was.
He was going to call in loans. That was what it was.
Dave says they took out loans from the Teamsters, and Hoffa was going to call in the loans. Oh yeah, that was it. Yeah, all of their like casino loans and shit were done through the Teamsters pension fund.
He's gonna call back like almost like hundreds of millions of dollars. And so they're like, yeah, that's cool. Or we could just kill you. It's kind of like any president who wants to like free the slaves, right?
Or end the Federal Reserve, which I guess is the same thing technically.
JFK, like, we should end the Fed. Oh, cool. Go to Dallas.
With Hoffa, he was loaning them all the money to open the casinos, and then the Teamsters were like, dude, that's our pension fund, all right? We need to be replenishing that. And he's like, all right, I'll call in the Vegas loans. And they're like, yeah, are you? No. Can't find Jimmy. Where'd he go? I don't know. But I don't think the next guy you guys install as the head of the pension fund should really be talking about calling in those loans, and I'm sure they didn't.
As a matter of fact, we have this guy who's going to take that job.
Yeah, we got a great suggestion for you guys. How about this guy runs the Teamsters Union? Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Anything you need, sir.
So this is the third set of human remains discovered? That's hilarious.
Third or fourth set of human remains that they've discovered in Lake Mead. You guys are going to regret fucking putting them there. You should have just desert, dig.
Well, what's funny is I don't know. I'm sure that they have it under control. But like what was interesting is like the year that I lived down in Vegas, we had a record amount of rain, but we were still in a drought because they sold all of our water to California. So I wonder what the water situation is from the like governance standpoint. Because again, at some point you have to tell the Bellagio to fuck off with their water show, right?
Right, like how bad does it have to get? Yeah, before you tell all.
Because they made it illegal to water plants. That's already happened.
Oh, you can't water. You should have like plastic plants in Las Vegas anyway. You should have AstroTurf lawns and you should have plastic plants. Oh, found in Lake Mead, at least 2 of Ghislaine Maxwell's clients, says Veldrain. No, you can actually just find them in Congress and halls of power around the world. That's not difficult. That is interesting. Ghislaine Maxwell currently in prison for trafficking underage prostitutes to nobody.
Well, the thing we were talking about this yesterday too is the thing that's really crazy is that she is getting this like bougie, not that it's bougie, but like minimum security celebrity prison.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Whereas like people like Julian Assange are in like the fucking Housekeeping, you know?
Yeah. April says Vegas had some thunderstorms and flash flood warnings in the last week. Still not enough to catch up. Nope. Still can't bury those bodies. That's okay. Most of the people who killed those people are dead anyway. Back in the 70s, you're talking 45, 50 years ago. They ain't still around.
Dave says, how does California run out of water? They're next to the ocean. California doesn't have very good, whatever the salt factories, like taking the salt out of the ocean water is not something California does really well. And a large portion of California's water is undrinkable because of arsenic poisoning. And like, it has to do with pesticides and stuff, but like a lot of the stuff in between LA and San Diego, I want to say, because like it was a big deal with some of the farmland because they were having to like import drinking water for the cattle.
Yeah, desalination they don't do very
That's
well
what it is. Yeah,
in California. Yeah. They used to irrigate the water from an area, but the environmentalists made them stop because they would be like causing the Delta smelt fish to go extinct. So they used to have all of this water pumped into Southern California, and then they stopped probably around 20 years ago. And now you've got these dog shit drought. I mean, it's an environmentalist caused drought.
There's a hilarious thing that got posted. I'll see if I can find it, but like they came out with a study 2 days ago that like 1 or 2 million Californian people, like they think are facing long-term health issues because of the unsafe water. And a lot of that was around the Bay Area because people were just shitting in the like fucking streets.
Ew, and that shit was running into the sewers and then that...
and it just wasn't getting treated properly or whatever.
Ugh. Highly credible whistleblowers are alleging that the FBI and Justice Department are engaging in a coordinated scheme to downplay and discredit negative information related to Hunter Biden. Guys, somebody knock me over with a feather, please. I can't believe it. The FBI and the Justice Department are engaging in a coordinated scheme to downplay and discredit negative information related to Hunter Biden, to which CNN responded, hey, that's our job.
Yeah, it seems a little late to the game, guys.
We're the ones who downplay Hunter Biden's negative information. We're the ones who get his laptop and just throw it in the fucking garbage. Get out of here, FBI and Justice Department. I don't think Hunter Biden needs help covering up his schemes. You've got pretty much the entire power structure in this country covering it up. I get a kick out of people. I get a kick out of righties sometimes when they're like, yeah, that midterm election's going to get won by the Republicans and Hunter Biden's going to jail. Oh, yeah, like Hillary Clinton was going to jail or the election was getting overturned. Look, these people run the country. Their son isn't going to prison.
I mean, he might, honestly. I honestly, like, if I were a betting man and you know me, I said Hillary was never going to prison. Like, I'm not a guy that thinks people face, like, penalties. I think that we're getting to the realm where they will actually have to prosecute Hunter Biden.
Do you think he'll spend a day in prison, though?
What?
Do you think he'll spend a day in prison, though?
I think he might spend a day in, like, a very nice prison.
Or, I mean, I personally think that nothing will happen to him, but even if something does, dude, he'll roll over on so many people.
I think that I think with Hunter, you're looking at, I think that they're going to go after him, mainly, probably the trafficking charge, I think, is the one where they kind of have to. But I think what you're going to see once they absolutely have to, they'll do it, and then you'll see the Biden administration virtue signal. Even my own son, no one's above the law, even though they fucking tried to protect him for years.
Right. They'll hold him responsible for something that's not nearly as bad as what he did.
Right. But they'll virtue signal about how, like, even my own son, because, you know, you got to remember there, and I think you and I watched it here, is like they had that whole thing where Biden was giving his like 80s crime bill speech about crack rock while they put a fucking side by side of Hunter smoking crack.
Yes.
Like this should go to jail time for everybody. And it's just him like, rrr. And that was before the like really, really fun videos were leaking.
Yeah. That was just like the tip of the iceberg. the smoking crack videos. Then there was him yelling at the girl while they're weighing meth or crack. And then there's the videos of him bitching about his dad to some hook. Like, the funniest thing to me about Hunter Biden is he brings these hookers in and then he just rants to them. Like, he vents to hookers. Like, he just brings them in, fucks them. They do a bunch of drugs and he's like,
it's Nixon all over again, man. Do whatever the fuck you want, but don't get caught on tape. Like, that's just stupid. And with Hunter, it's even stupider because you made those tapes.
Right. He turned on his phone and started recording himself bitching about his dad while high as a kite to some Russian hooker. I mean, I think it's just really funny that they tried to nail Trump on a Russian hooker thing, and that turned out to be completely false. And now they're trying to cover up a Hunter Biden Russia hooker thing. But it's all about, justice and finding the truth and everything else. Hey, at least we're getting to the bottom of that January 6th thing.
Yeah, we sure aren't.
I tell you what, we're finally finding out what went on with all that nonsense.
I'm just glad that we have a non-biased, nonpartisan committee to get to the bottom of all this.
That is wonderful. And Liz Cheney, doing the Lord's work, deserves the Medal of Freedom. Can't wait till she wins the Republican primary by mail-in voting.
Yeah, I thought she already did.
Oh, yeah. No, not publicly yet. Thank you very much to Kara with $22 on PayPal. Says, Corey made me laugh when he admitted he says like too much. Good show today, gentlemen. Thank you, Kara. It's very nice. 250.
I've always admitted that.
250 away from our goal today, guys. We are one VIP away from that goal, or just a bunch of you chipping in. We wanted to get into the 100s by 9 o'clock, and we have about 35 minutes until we get there. You know what? I'm going to grab my can here. I'm going to throw a fisherman's friend down the hatch because all of a sudden my throat started to go. You know what?
Those things are the best, aren't they?
You know what that usually means? There's a tonsil stone a brewing. It does.
You're turning into Biden. Don't blink.
Yep. I can't be pro-insurrection and pro-cop. Well, I wasn't pro-insurrection before, but thanks for giving me a push, I guess.
You got to drink something, bucko. That's from Michael B.
Oh, man. Aaron's voice is going, drink something, buck. I'm almost at the bottom of a goddamn tumbler over here. No. If you're ever having any kind of throat problems or voice problems, throw a fisherman's friend in there. It's like you can feel it dynamite blasting a hole in your throat. It's really nice. So anyway, multiple highly credible FBI whistleblowers have come forward to Senate Republican Chuck Grassley, who...
I have a real problem with that opening sentence.
Well, highly credible FBI whistleblowers. Just that
highly
phrase.
credible FBI whistleblowers. So, like, literally, that's the government's equivalent of some are saying.
Yeah. Alleging widespread effort to downplay or discredit negative information about the president's son, Hunter Biden. Isn't this kind of one of those deals where
more published in the new article? Duh.
Right. I was just going to say, isn't that like when people get outraged or upset about something that you're like, come on, you knew this was happening. Like, don't oversell it to me. Like, we know, and that's shitty, and that's terrible, and something should be done about that. You're absolutely right. But, don't tell me that this is shocking breaking news to you, that Joe Biden's FBI, shit, this is the same FBI that while Trump was in there, they were constantly trying to come up with shit about him. That wasn't true. So,
What do you mean? No way. Fake news, bro.
Sorry. We're getting to the bottom of January 6th. Coltrane says, so glad the January 6th committee is getting to the bottom of Ray Epps. Yeah, Ray Epps is one of the guys who incited the whole march on the Capitol. Shouldn't we be bringing him in for an interview? We're holding Steve Bannon in contempt of Congress for not showing up to the January 6th thing, but Ray Epps was like the main instigator. Steve Bannon wasn't even there, I don't think. So, why don't we talk to old Ray Epps? I'm sure he'd have some interesting information. Oh, probably because federal agents don't have to testify. You don't need a whistleblower to tell you. All you had to do is pay attention for 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm really cynical on the whole holding powerful people accountable thing. And maybe you're right. Maybe so much bad shit will come out that they'll have to charge Biden's kid with something. But given their history, I don't have any faith in that happening.
it will happen, but not. This is the way our government works, right? It might happen, but it'll happen 4 years after the fact when it doesn't do any good.
Right. Like you said about Fauci, he'll leave and then they'll start holding his feet to the fire and he'll be like, what are you picking on me for? I'm done. Ask the new guy. And then they'll ask the new guy. He'll be like, I wasn't here then. Go ask that guy. Steve is the man said New York Times wrote a puff piece for Ray Epps. We talked about that last Wednesday on the show. The New York Times wrote a piece. They're like, this poor Ray Epps guy was bullied. And it's like, do you just want to out him as a Fed right now? I mean, the New York Times has been doing nothing but shitting on everyone who showed up to that rally. And now they decide to write one piece on how this poor guy is a victim of a conspiracy theory when he was in the middle of it. I mean,
if anything, that just connects the New York Times to the FBI, right?
Right. New York Times is a Fed. I mean, why don't you turn off the lights so we can see how much your article glows in the dark? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
If they were smart, they would be like, oh, this is where self-awareness comes in. If the New York Times was smart, they'd be like, all we're going to do with Ray Epps is we're going to talk about what a giant piece of shit he was and how he should be thrown in prison forever. And then that way people won't think he was a narc anymore because we're writing shitty things about him and they hate us. I want to talk about this guy in Fort Wayne, Indiana to kind of bring things back to levity a little bit. This fucking psycho, you talk about a slow burn revenge. A guy bought a car in 1986 from a dealership in Fort Wayne. And apparently the car didn't turn out too well. And this guy held a grudge for a long time. And I guess something snapped and he decided something had to be done. Before we jump into this story, 250 away from our goal today. We are 250 away. Let's have everybody chip in a little bit and knock that goal down so it's not so intimidating going into the last hour. Super chats, memberships, and PayPals. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Click that. Take a few minutes. Support your favorite show. And let's knock this goal out today. You guys have been doing a great job of one thing in particular this week, and that is knocking out that goal with no like massive over-the-top people carrying it or the VIPs. I know Chops did his $10 challenge. Like if so many people do $10, I'll cover the rest. But like we've had one VIP, and even that was crowdfunded by a bunch of other people who wanted to get K-Fall in the grade of VIP. So thank you guys. That means that a lot of small contributions are coming in and knocking out our goals. Thank you very much for that. Let's play this story about a gentleman who bought a Jeep in 1986 and apparently yesterday had it.
He used a road flare. A 79-year-old man arrested Friday after police say he used a road flare to torch a Jeep seeking revenge on a car dealership in Fort Wayne. Dewey Frederick said he bought a Jeep with a bad motor from O'Daniel back in 1986. According to Frederick, the car dealership refused to make things right after the purchase, so he told police it was time for the chickens to return to roost.
I hate that so much. Chickens are time to roost. Look at his face.
I know, he's a scary fucking guy. That looks like a guy who holds a grudge for 35 years.
Oh, at least.
Yeah.
4 felony arson counts? Good for him.
He's got like 4 people he's going to kill that offended him in the 70s. He just hasn't gotten around to it yet. He's a busy man. Well, he's working on that piece of shit Jeep they sold him. 1986, and now he's coming back going, they're setting fires, and they're like, sir, what are you doing? He's like, you know what you did. Sir, we don't know what we did. You sold me that Jeep in 86. Sir, everyone that sold you that Jeep is dead. None of us know what the fuck you're talking about. Well, the sins of the father shall be revisited upon the son. Somebody get this lunatic out of here.
When investigators showed Frederick the damage to the Jeep and other cars, he asked if that was all the damage. Frederick was
Sir, look what you've done. Ugh, that's it? I thought those road flares would do more damage.
Released on his own recognizance, is due in court later this week. For the whole story, head to Wayne.com.
No thanks. I've got it. Oh, never mind. I'm on Wayne.com. That's the 79-year-old used road flares to torch 3 Jeeps at one O'Daniel lot and a Pontiac convertible at another. What a piece of shit car dealership.
I mean, if you burn a Pontiac to the ground, does that even count as arson?
I don't think so. You're burning down a car that doesn't even exist anymore.
Thank God for that. Can we just take a second and just really sit back and enjoy the fact that Pontiac is defunct? Fuck those guys.
Well, now you and I are, that's where we have to part company, my friend.
Oh yeah, you're a big Pontiac guy?
When I was in high school.
You do seem like the kind of bitch that would drive a Bonneville.
Oh, so now we're going to make this personal?
Is that what it was?
My first vehicle ever was a,
a Bonneville?
a 1998 Pontiac Bonneville. And may I say, remarkably dependable vehicle.
How many times did you have to like tune it up and fix it all the time?
I had to fix the upper plenum would leak because it was made of plastic and it would flood the intake manifold. And yes,
that sounds like a Pontiac.
That was a common problem with the Pontiacs back then. But after I fixed that, it's fine. It had that 3800 engine that would run forever. I got over 200,000 miles into it. And then I think my sister wrecked it. She backed it out of the driveway. She borrowed my car and one of her friends wiped it out. And what are you going to do? Can't believe you're not a Pontiac guy. Ah, that banger of that 3800 engine in the Bonneville and that.
Should we talk about the Aztecs?
No, we don't need to talk about the Aztecs. I mean, we were having a nice time talking about the Bonneville, and here you are.
What about the shitty ass Grand Ams?
I don't want to talk about the Grand Am or the Grand Prix right now. All right, look, Pontiac had one good vehicle. That's all I want to talk about.
Right, but they made 10 vehicles and 8 of them are maybe the worst vehicles ever made.
Grand Ams were
the Fiero. The Fiero might be the worst car ever made, and I'm not being hyperbolic. That legit might be the worst car ever made.
I want everyone with ears to hear me on this. Remember, I'm going on record as saying this. The Grand Am is one of the 5 most pointless cars in American motor vehicle history.
You mean the stylish race family coupe that doesn't have any guts?
What the fuck was that supposed to be? It was 2-door, so it was supposed to be sporty. It wasn't. It looked like an accordion down Bonneville. It didn't go particularly fast. It didn't get particularly awesome gas mileage. It was just a cough drop with wheels.
I got that, and I'll raise you this. Have you ever seen or remember the Pontiac Le Mans?
Oh, I thought people liked that one. That's a little before my time.
So what's crazy is it was the 90s, right? And it was named after the Le Mans, which seems like it should be good, but it was basically...
Are you talking about the Le Mans? Because that was...
Yeah, the Le Mans, 1990 Pontiac Le Mans.
It's it says 62 to 81. Are you sure you're not thinking of a different Pontiac?
Positive it's 90s.
You're positive it's 90s, or you're positive it's the Le Mans?
It's the Le Mans. I had a friend that had one.
I think you might have to go back into the 80s to find it. Is this the vehicle you're talking about? Here, I'll put it up on the screen. It'll take you a second to catch up. But
yeah, 1990 Pontiac Le Mans. I just Googled it.
Oh, it does exist. Okay.
Yeah. It looks like a really bad... It looks like somebody took a Ford Focus and combined it with a Taurus.
Oh, my God. They did. They brought it back in the 90s.
Yeah, the 90s Le Mans. That's what I'm saying.
1990 Pontiac Le Mans.
So keep telling me I'm not thinking about what I'm thinking about, Aaron.
Well, it said here that it only went to 1980.
Well, it said there that they're fucking wrong. It was in the 90s. My buddy had one, and they were fucking trash.
Oh, they really changed them up big time, too.
Also, is there ever been a car that looks cooler but is less cool than a Trans Am? A Pontiac Trans Am looks like that should be the most bitchin' car ever made, but it just sucked.
Well, that was like the poor kid's cool car.
Yeah, but that had the cool T-tops to it and stuff. I mean, it's got the it had the Firebird logo on the top too, with just like the Firebird, but it wasn't a Firebird.
I can't think about this car without thinking about Billy Madison.
Yeah, right.
Where he shows it, where he's a millionaire's kid, and he shows up.
Oh, and then what is it? It's the Nevada. No, Montana. Look up Pontiac Montana.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't want to look up the Pontiac Montana. Those were bad.
Ugliest pickup truck ever. It had a weird porthole in the bed.
No, it was a van. The Pontiac Montana.
No, it was also a pickup truck.
Ooh.
And the pickup truck had this really weird porthole step for the thing. It was.
Well, see, I remember.
It was fucking weird looking. The van was like a fucking Astrostar clone. But type in Montana pickup, because it was also a pickup truck.
Oh yeah, and they tried to. Yeah, they tried to make the
truck look so fucking weird.
And then at some point, they tried to make the Montana this thing. They tried to make it like a van SUV combo, and it looked like shit.
Yeah, they really, towards the end of the life of Pontiac, the early 2000s, they were clearly running out of ideas.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, they put it under the Chevrolet brand. It was a Chevrolet Montana. Oh, that is disgusting.
Isn't that just fucking gross?
Ew.
Yeah, it looks like the head of a penis almost.
It looks like an SUV went through a bridge and the bridge took off the back half of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like honestly, and I'm not even necessarily the biggest fan of those, but like you get outside of the Bonneville and nothing is even drivable in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess
then,
I really was just a Bonneville mark.
I don't like Pontiac, so it's fun to make fun of the Bonneville, but like the Bonneville's the only. That's like the only.
And it was a grandpa car, you know. It was a dependable vehicle that you could drive forever. So, Zen Rhino says the Montana looks like an El Camino with Down syndrome.
And then remember, a lot of the Oldsmobiles were Pontiac rebrands too, right?
Can I tell you what? I will say this: I always wanted the Oldsmobile. What was that? When I was a kid, when I was in high school, I always wanted one of my cars to be an Oldsmobile Aurora. And then I had people tell me it's the biggest piece of shit that was ever made. Don't buy an Oldsmobile.
I will tell you this with the Oldsmobile, right? I had an uncle who had a Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. And that was like one of the I think it was like from the 70s or something. Just a boat on wheels. Like look up Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme.
Well,
and it's just like,
here's the piece of shit I wanted as a kid.
Oh, gross. That looks like yuck.
Look at that alien hunk of shit.
That looks like somebody took a fucking hammer to like a fucking Dodge Spirit.
Yeah, like it's just that flattened out nose. I don't know why I liked it. Oldsmobile, what was the other one?
Cutlass Supreme. And that, like, what's crazy is it's like one of the ugliest cars ever, but that thing, my uncle had one of these and ran it. It was like, I think it was from the 70s, and he ran this thing into the ground.
All right, you're gonna
that one, that one right there. That's exactly the black one, that back one, that one. Yeah, whatever. These are all the same kind of thing. But that like car was like a boat on wheels. It was like a poor man's Lincoln Town car. It was like if a Lincoln Town car was a shanty town on the inside. Like it was very clearly just a like markdown for like Cadillacs and town cars. But that car, man, I'm telling you, my uncle had that for, I think it finally died in the 2000s. He had that thing for fucking ever. And the engine compartment for all the fucking bolt heads here, like you'd open that up and it was easier to work on than some pickup trucks. It was just like you could crawl in there even as like a fat dude. You could just like slither around. It was so much room.
You can say what you want about that Cutlass Supreme, that black one we were just looking at. I kind of like it.
No, I'm saying it was like that's one of the other cars that's like, again, and I just grew up like that. That was my uncle's car for probably 30, 40 years.
I have my car, not the Aurora, the Oldsmobile.
And that trunk, you could fit so many dead hookers in that trunk.
And that's what it was for.
I've heard.
There was the vehicle from my childhood that I want. Like if I ever just find one for a shit amount of money and it still runs pretty well, I'll put it up on the screen here. I've said this a few times, but not like if I could pick any car, it wouldn't be that. But like the car from when I was a kid that I could never have that I would want. A 2005 Chrysler C.
Really?
Chrysler 300C. Yeah, the 05 300C.
I always thought those things looked too boxy.
I liked them. I can't.
I mean, they don't look like somebody put a hammer to them, so I'll give you that. And it's better than your other thing. You have some of the most weirdly unique tasting cars ever. Because you bought that like weird ass like Jeep SUV that you ended up hating.
Oh, the Enclave?
Yeah. Like you were all about that Enclave for like a month.
No. I liked the Enclave. I wrecked the Enclave though. The one I ended up hating was the van, the Town and Country.
Oh yeah, yes.
Because they devalue so fucking quickly. That's
every fucking vehicle now. Like you drive it off the lot, it's half the value.
I really like that 300C though. I think my ultimate
that black one actually is really nice. I like that interior a lot.
Where I'll go back a little.
You just had like a leather interior that you just had on the screen.
Oh,
it sucks because we're on a delay, so it's like, oh, that's really nice, and you're like, that was fucking 8 minutes ago. That one right there,
the wood grain steering wheel there.
Yeah, that looks cool. I like that a lot.
Can I say that I know Chryslers because I drove them. That is 1,000% a plastic facsimile of a wood grain steering wheel.
I mean, it looks good. Who cares?
That's all plastic in there. Chrysler.
You're not getting into a Chrysler because of its interior.
Yeah, Chrysler looked good on the cheap. That was its whole thing. But I think my absolute dream car, and I think people are still going to think this is gay, would be, here, I'll pull it up. They brought back the Lincoln, Continental a few years ago.
Jesus Christ, shut up.
And dude,
are you just like 80 years old?
I fucking
your fucking
love
Enclaves
them.
and your Continentals.
I love the Continentals I don't know if they kept them out or not, but I just absolutely loved them when they brought it back. Let me bring up a few photos here because they brought back the suicide doors and everything.
I do love suicide doors.
Yeah, there's my baby. That's my Lincoln Continental with the suicide doors.
Yeah, all right. That's not. See, like when I think Lincoln Continental, I'm thinking like the 80s or 70s version.
I think once we're done paying for, because I'm done with car payments.
I love those doors, though. I love those things.
They're really cool. And the seats are really nice in the new Continentals. The interior is like first-class airline seats. They're really fucking comfy. When I'm done paying on this Tahoe and April's done paying on this truck and we're not going to do car payments ever again because they fucking suck on your budget like crazy. I think
you might as well just like pay interest because that's all you're doing.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is
he said having a car payment.
Yeah. I think what I'm going to do is by the time I'm done with the Tahoe, not driving it, is the price of those Continentals will be like under 20 grand. Because I think now they're in the 20s. They started like in the 70s or 80s, but I think they're in the 20s now. And by the time I'm done paying on this Tahoe, I'll find just a nice, clean 6-7-year-old one. I'm just
waiting for the Tacozilla to get a price point, and then that's where I'll be.
Once the Tacozilla is in.
Have you seen those?
I thought you meant like it was like an ice cream truck or a.
No, look up Toyota Tacozilla.
Oh, that's a real thing?
Yeah, it's like a fucking small house on wheels.
Oh, it's like a weird Japanese motorhome.
Yeah.
Ew, that's a Class B RV.
And it has a snorkel, so you can take it underwater.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
You can't take that underwater. You'll wreck it.
You can. You can take it up to like up to the like doors underwater. It has a snorkel. It's all sealed off.
How the fuck does that even work?
Well, they air seal everything around it, and then as long as you don't submerge it completely, like, if you went all the way underwater, like, as long as the snorkel's out, the engine's not going to get fucked.
Okay, that looks kind of fun on the inside.
Right? Doesn't that look crazy cool on the inside? It looks like a giant eyesore on the outside, but like the inside's actually kind of nice.
I will say this as someone who owned a camper for a long time. The novelty eventually will wear off, and you'll be like, "Fuck, I'm done with this thing."
Yeah, but like I'm looking at maybe living in one.
Oh well, then yeah, go for it if you're using it to live in. And then
I've been looking at the rent thing. So here's something really fun and weird, right? In America, there are 5 states that allow you to have what are called nomadic driver's license, which means you can have a driver's license to the state, but no mailing address. Texas is one of those states.
Nice.
And you have to have lived in Texas for at least 6 months to qualify for it.
April says, sweet, I'll start planning for my new toy too. It's got to be cash. We're no more car payments. No. Although, like, if you got a 7-year-old Continental, you probably only pay like $250. You know what? No fucking car payments. Quit bending already 3 years before you can. All right. So
that's awesome. No car payment. But yeah, so like I can do like a step van too. Like they have this big fucking uprising thing called stealth camping, where these people make these like cars so that they just look like cars from the outside. And if you pop that in there like that, like just going on YouTube with it, all these people that have these are fucking millions and millions of views.
April says, dude, if you can make that work with no kids and stuff, you could save a shitload of money. You could.
Dude, it's crazy. Like down here, as I'm looking for other places to live, because like, trying to find somewhere cheaper.
Yeah.
The starting place at like surrounding Austin, you're hard pressed to find anything that's $1,500 a month or less.
Jesus Christ.
And like downtown where shit is like super like bougie. I mean, you're talking some of those places are like $2,500 for 1-bedrooms.
That's remarkable, man. It's
unbelievable.
It's just, God, it's kind of criminal.
The only thing that like stops me from doing it is just like I know how terrible drivers people are, and like you're one side swipe away from being homeless.
Yeah, that's true. Although, yeah, you'll have it insured.
Yeah, but like, I mean, that insurance isn't going to bring you back all the shit you lost.
Yeah, it's true. Ryan says Corey is going to have an RV stream like Andy Dick. I mean, as long as you're not behaving like Andy Dick, I mean, technically you're fine. Yeah, April says rent his ass. Fuck it. Dave Dowling says, is it a shared toilet for that $2,500 per month? I mean, if you have roommates, it sure is.
I'm sure there probably is. Like, yeah, but no, like it's crazy because so where I'm at right now, it's $1,350, and I thought I was getting robbed on that, but as I look around, it's actually that's like $300 cheaper than almost anywhere else.
Chop says, come to the South. Housing is pretty cheap here. He's in the South.
I'm in Texas, Chops.
Yeah. $250 away from our goal today. There's the PayPal link in the chat. $250 away from the goal. So if you feel like chipping in, we are a ways away, and we got about an hour left in the show today. So if you could throw in a little bit, that would be great. If somebody wants to become a VIP, that would knock out the whole thing. Remember, it is the prize show tonight, so there is no goal on tonight's show. So you got the Wednesday morning show today, you got the morning show tomorrow, and the morning show Friday. Just 3 shows left in the week with goals. Right now, $250 is the goal. If anyone's feeling generous, we're starting to butt up against that time where the can rattling gets a little more aggressive because we're still in the $250 range, and we've got about an hour left. So if anyone's feeling generous, if you're enjoying the show today, if you've become a fan of this show over time, if you could chip in a few bucks, that would be wonderful. We got to start knocking that number down a little bit here, guys. Please and thank you. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville is having our anniversary show on Saturday, August 6th. Make sure you get your tickets at eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Morning Show. And, of course, we're going to have the Cornhole Tournament at 3, the Comedy Show at 8, $15 for the Comedy Show, $10 for the Cornhole Tournament, or $20 to combine the two. Get your tickets on eventbrite.com, eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Morning Show, and join us at Stoney's Bar in Rockville next Saturday, August 6th. Lemmy has the link to Eventbrite in the chat. That's, again, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Raleigh's has Sawyer Brown this Saturday. Raleigh's here in central Minnesota in Sauk Rapids on Highway 23. Sawyer Brown is going to be live Saturday. Those are just about sold out. If you can grab some tickets, go to Raleigh'sRednecksandLongnecks.com, click on tickets, and buy them as soon as you can. Sawyer Brown puts on an incredible show. It's going to be an outdoor concert. The weather's going to be nice. I highly recommend it. I've seen them before a couple years ago. They were awesome.
Are they pretty good?
They're ageless. It's remarkable. If you like their music, they're very good live. That's Sawyer Brown.
Very hit or miss on their music. Like, I do like some of their songs I don't, but like I would be curious to watch them live.
Yeah, I mean, if you like, I figure you can go to a concert and have fun if you like probably 4 of a band's songs.
Agreed.
If there's 4 songs you like, and whenever I go to a concert, I always find 1 or 2 songs that I wasn't familiar with that I'm like, oh, you know what, I'll roll with this one. It's pretty good. Joe Smash with $10 on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Okay, guys, let's let that start a little rally here. We could use a rally. We're 240 away from the goal. Let's all help chip in. Let's all follow Joe Smash, and let's all throw in about $10, whether it's PayPal or Super Chats, and let's knock that goal into the hundreds so that we get into the panhandling in the final hour. It's not too insurmountable of a goal. Again, whatever we miss rolls into tomorrow's show and Friday's show. And Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitaltavern.com. Our pals at Old Cap with a great brunch on the weekends, lunch, dinner during the week and weekend, 240 bottles of booze in stock, and 50 beers on tap at Old Capitol Tavern. The best food, the best cocktails, they're pros at Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitaltavern.com. All right, moving on as you guys go into the PayPal and you guys go into the Super Chats and everything else and try to help us hit that goal today. This guy had a rough day. A 22-year-old man suffered a gruesome death on his vacation when he was struck by helicopter blades. And authorities looking into it think it could be a case of a photo op gone tragically wrong. Jack Fenton and his 3 friends were recently getting off their hired Black Bell 407 helicopter coming back from the Greek Isle of Mykonos, according to a report from The Sun. They were taken away from the vehicle and to a private lounge. So I guess are rich kids. Inherited money, 22 years old. They got a Black Bell chopper. They got a private lounge.
Yeah, what was your first clue? The chopper?
Jesus Christ. As they waited for a plane to take them back to London. But Jack headed back towards the helicopter at a fast pace as others shouted for him to come back. Boys and girls, before we tell you how this story ends, I feel compelled to tell you, don't chase helicopters. A bad idea. A lot of sharp moving parts, a lot of heavy metals. Just stay away, please, once you get off the helicopter. Witnesses who spoke to Greece's Committee for Aviation Accidents says he had a phone to his ear as he went toward the back of the... Oh, I was wondering how the blades would cut him up because they're so high. He ran into the back. He ran into the tail blade. He was Ouch. He was struck in the head. The only good news is it killed him instantly. I imagine, that tail blade would fuck you up bad. I mean, that's like... You might as well.
That dude was in like 3 pieces before he realized he was dead.
Right. You might as well stick a guy into like a human blender at that point.
Who sent this guy to puree?
Those who saw the incident could only describe it as horrifying. The pilot of the helicopter, who was deeply traumatized, was arrested along with 2 ground technicians. The guy does a suicide dive headbutt into your fucking tail rotor and you're supposed to go to jail for it?
Yeah, duh.
Yeah. Sorry, 22-year-old kid did a swan dive into my helicopter. Well, you need to be held criminally liable. What? I was trying to fly away. And he was trying to kiss your helicopter, sir. Cops are looking into every possibility, which reportedly includes the possibility of the boy going there to take a selfie in the excitement of the moment. Can we, first of all, I know it's tragic and everything, but can we stop with the boy shit? He's 22 years old.
He was a boy.
I've abandoned my boy. No, you didn't. He's over there. He's over there. He's over there. There's some of them over there. Jack's parents were in a second helicopter heading to the same tarmac when their pilot requested emergency permission to abort the landing because they already had an abortion down on the ground, trying to spare them the horrific sight of their son, and instead took them to Athens airport. Oh, how
their son probably wasn't that ugly.
How shitty for the parents. Your pilot's like, folks, we're coming in for the landing at the tarmac. And all of a sudden he goes, actually, we're going to turn around. He's like, what? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. There's just, have you guys ever seen the Parthenon? I mean, that's pretty cool, right? You guys want to see some Greek shit? Have you seen the Hot Gates you ever seen the movie 300? That's where Leonidas and his Spartans made their last stand. It's like, yeah, but aren't we going to the plains so we can go meet our son? It's like, you don't want to meet your son. I mean, rumor has it down to the tarmac, he's very drunk and he's calling you all cunts. I think you guys might want to give him a little time here. It's a very difficult situation. Christopher with $10 on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Guys, as I said before, let's go on a roll here. Let's get on a run. 2:30 away from the goal. Let's knock that out. Let's get it into a nice spot before we hit the 9 o'clock hour here. The show, we got about an hour left in the show. 2:30 away from the goal. If you guys are enjoying yourself today, if you're digging the show, throwing in $10. Hey, if you got it, if it's a little extra you got laying around, we will take it. For us to break even and hit today's goal. We'll also extend the show by a half hour whenever we hit our goal. So 2:30 away, PayPal link in the chat, super chats and memberships count. However you'd like to contribute, please do. And let's knock that thing down. Hey guys, I got, do you want to do Germany falling apart or do you want to do McGregor Mayweather 2?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to do either one of them. Which one would you rather do after the guy getting his head chopped off by a helicopter? What's a better one to follow up with?
I mean, this is the first I'm hearing of Connor 2, so that's upsetting.
This is the second time I've heard of it, but I didn't realize
I heard of it like a couple of years ago, but it was all bullshit, and now it's like, I mean, you and I have talked about that with it. Like, for me, with Conor McGregor, it's Nate Diaz or it's boxing again. You know what I want is I want him to fight Pacquiao. Like, why not? Let's just fucking...
Pacquiao's faded enough where maybe he won't kill McGregor.
I mean, McGregor still landed 100 punches on Mayweather, just him and Cotto, right? That's ever.
I would ask everyone to go look at those punches that were landed And I think after the third or fourth round, they weren't.
He's just lucky that ref saved him, bro.
They didn't have a lot of zip. I know. I remember when we replayed that because you kept telling me that, and I'm like, you know what? I don't fucking remember that, and I watched that fight. So then we went and watched it back, and we were like, yeah, no. Well, McGregor kept doing this thing where he would grab Floyd around the back.
Yeah, the rabbit punches were allowed for no reason, so like you have to whatever. But I mean, like when he was clearly stunned, the ref stepped in and stopped it. That's weird.
Well, it was because McGregor like grabbed him like from behind. It was a very weird break. It was very awkward.
You're right. It wasn't the fact that Mayweather booked the ref.
Oh God, you're not still serious about that, are you?
Always, every fight, he has to book the ref. Why would you do that?
But you don't think that Conor McGregor was going to win that by knockout?
I do not. I don't know. I doubt it. I mean, honestly, like I can't say that it was 100%, but it was 97% probably no, right? Like there is, when you get hit in boxing, you know this, like everybody gets stunned. Who knows? And like he was rabbit punching the back of his head for like 4 rounds at that point. What was that, like round 4 or 5?
Conor,
and like,
Conor
he grabbed
was?
Him with like that. Yeah, Conor kept doing that thing where he was wrapping
the hammer fist. Yeah, he was doing the hammer fist thing. Yeah. I'll go back and watch this clip again.
I'm just saying, like, one punch to the ear that, like, even by anybody that can throw a punch is enough to throw off an equilibrium of any fighter.
Oh.
It's puncher stance type shit.
You know what? It was that body shot. Okay, people, when you look it up on YouTube, they're saying that it might have been stopped because it was a low blow.
Maybe that could be too. Actually, that's like that'd be cooler. I guess
I don't remember it that well.
It was the only like moment where McGregor looked like he was going to get ahead.
Saying lovely work, beautiful work, body shot.
Yeah, so he hurt him to the body. Yeah, see, that's why the ref broke him up. Okay, you'll see it in a second. I knew there was a reason the ref broke him up. Yeah, Conor leaned on his back and grabbed him.
Right, but then like, okay, so he does that, right? Like, I agree with that, but like.
I got to see if the shot was
there was another moment later on in like
this was round 9, so this is like one of the last rounds.
How did it go 10 or 11?
I think 10. I think he knocked him out in the 10.
I think it was 10.
Corner of Conor McGregor saying lovely work, beautiful work, body shot.
Floyd's putting his glove up as if he's like, "Hey, you hit me low." I got to go see it.
Lovely work, beautiful.
Oh, that was okay.
Beautiful work, body.
Hold on. I got to go back even more.
Yeah, it looks like it was low.
Conor McGregor saying.
But it's like it's weird because like that ref was allowing that action the entire fight, but that's when he decides to stop it because McGregor was leaning on him like that for most of the fight, and the ref did nothing.
Beautiful work.
I can't see. I can't.
Saying lovely work.
Oh, that was low on the hip.
It looks low.
But no, here's why the ref stopped it right there. He's grabbing him. Like Floyd's bending over,
but like
and
if
Conor's
you watch
grabbing
that fight, that's what Conor had been doing the entire fight, but he's going to stop him right there. He didn't stop him the entire rest of the fight, but when he's hurt, and also the ref didn't even see that
right
low
there.
blow.
No, right there, the ref just said it. He goes, "Watch the low blows." He just said it when he broke him. Right there. Listen again.
Floyd Mayweather there. That was odd.
Low blow. And you're leaning.
Oh yeah, all right.
Yeah, he said low blow, and you're leaning on him. Okay, so he did come in there and say he was a little late to stop the low blow.
Yeah, that's like again. This is why you'll never get me to not be a conspiracy theory about refs when fighters have to fight with a certain ref. When a fighter is bringing a ref in, that can't help but be a biased confrontation, in my opinion.
I want to, Don King was famous for that. He always picked his refs.
Yeah, fuck yeah, Don King invented that, dude. Well, I guess Rocky Marciano's manager invented that.
You mean the mob?
Yeah, you can say, but that's mostly just the mob fixing fights.
Right.
Some of those clips where they like are holding him up to like get the bell. I mean, like that dude logistically had 3 L's on his record. Let's be honest. Like,
here's another angle. I want to see because I don't remember it being a low blow, but now that I've watched it once, I guess
it does look like a low blow. Yeah.
I've just kind of forgotten about this fight. I think in general.
I think like this is one of those fights where the spectacle of it was more important than the actual fight.
Yeah, because I think everybody knew to a degree what was going to happen. I think Conor lasted longer.
This was the biggest boxing match of all time, right? Like this is the highest selling pay-per-view of all time.
Right. I think Conor lasted longer and did better than anyone than reasonable people thought he would. The people who thought he was going to win were insane, like Brendan Schaub and shit. But like
I thought he had a chance to win. I mean, I give a puncher's chance everywhere, and like as somebody that was I still am a huge Conor McGregor mark. Like what that guy was doing with primarily his hands, and it's not, again, the main thing with Conor was it wasn't the fact that he had never done it before, because he was an amateur boxer before he was in MMA. He had boxed before. So it's a little bit different. Obviously, Mayweather might be one of the greatest of all times. Like, you're not going to just come off the street and beat somebody in a box. It's a sweet science. We all know that. But I think the people who just absolutely were giving him no chance, I don't think they understand that he was a better boxer than that. Because, dude landed 100 punches on him, and only one other boxer in his entire career did that.
The mistake Floyd kind of made in this 9th round, though, was like Conor was gassed, but every round he had like 20 seconds of energy in him. So Floyd was just walking into his chest and going, all right, throw whatever you got at me because I know that you're gassed. But Conor had a little bit. I just want to see this low blow because I don't remember it being low.
I bet, though, too, if you spend your entire career MMA boxing and then you put on those bigger boxing gloves, that's got to wear your hands out.
Oh, for sure. Oh, fuck. That was a fucking nut shot. I thought he hit him on the hip.
Oh, so did I. That looks like a nut shot.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that fuck. Oh, I froze it at the perfect time. You'll see it in a second. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Oh, my God, that's right in the dick. Yikes, now I can see why Floyd was bent over in the corner. That hurts. Oh. And
McGregor should have stood back.
Oh! Are they now in half speed? Okay. Ow! Are we going to get quarters? Okay, super slow motion. Here we go. Oh, yeah, it was low, but not as low as I thought it was.
Oh, yeah, it looks up on that. It looks just the tip of the belt there.
Oh, yeah, it's close. You can see the fist is, it occupies the space below the belt, so it's a little low, and Floyd isn't wearing those high trunks like some guys do, so it's low, but it's not as low as I thought it was. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't hit a guy in the dick. But anyway, it looks like...
You just can't get away with it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to do it again. Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather are just arguing over fight rules for the rematch. McGregor and Mayweather shared the ring, blah, blah, blah. Reports indicated previously that the pair were holding talks over a potential sequel, with McGregor appearing to hint at a second fight on social media by posting, "I accept." UFC President Dana White initially poured cold water. You know, I feel bad for Dana White a little bit. He's got to be getting tired of this shit. He's got to be getting tired of all of his guys wanting to go to a different sport.
Well, but if that's the case, he should probably fucking pay his fighters, huh?
He should. I'm saying if you're
that's
just
on him, man.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit about Dana. Fuck him.
If you're just Dana, though, like, it's got to annoy the fuck out of you. Your heavyweight champion wants to go. Your biggest draw you've ever had wants to go. Like, it's just, I mean, Kamaru.
The biggest draw you've ever had has been going.
And then your pound for pound guy
champion, your heavyweight champion was always a problem coming up because he wanted to box instead. I think the Kamaru Usman one hurts for sure.
Yeah, your pound for pound best guy is he wants.
I mean, I think if they were smarter though, like you get them to do it as like cross promotions, because like that's the other thing too is like UFC, like everybody acts like, oh, they care this and that, but you forget UFC was the promoter of Mayweather McGregor one. They don't give a shit. They're one of the promoters of the greatest pay-per-view sale of all time.
Yeah, and McGregor's been getting knocked out by everybody in your promotion. So what do you give a shit if he gets knocked out in a boxing match?
Well, and also the last time with that leg injury, you could argue that like maybe boxing is a better move if your leg's fucking brittle now.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can't be getting kicked in that forever.
Because again, like the problem is that like, and you know, I don't know that like he probably still loses that third fight to Poirier, but like it sucks when you have a rubber match that's settled like that with a guy who has been losing a bunch.
Conor will only take the fight providing Floyd is willing to put his professional record on the line. So the fight will not be an exhibition. It will be an official fight. It will be at 155. That's what we know so far. It will be the last time Floyd ever steps into the ring. So I've heard that. I've been hearing that since 2007 when he beat Ricky Hatton.
2007? I've been hearing that shit since 2002.
The deal is very close to being done. Personal terms have been agreed on by both parties. It will be one final showdown, and yes, records will be at stake. Floyd sees it as the end of the Mayweather era and the beginning of the Gervonta Davis era. Oh, his guy he's promoting. Okay, so he's doing his own thing. I mean, brother, let's not be ridiculous. I mean, Corey even hates the guy, but I think we can all agree that it's the Canelo era at the moment.
Yeah, until GGG gets a hold of that ass.
We'll see in September.
It's a good thing that coward waited till he aged out, huh? Pretty good for
I
his
mean,
record.
he fought him twice.
Yeah, he lost both times.
I mean, you could say that GGG's a coward for waiting for him to finally get beat.
GGG's been trying to fight him since that third fight. You can't say GGG's a coward.
I don't know. He just waited till he lost.
Canelo literally wouldn't even pick up that call till he lost. Like, that's the problem with Canelo. Canelo's a little bitch, dude.
Well, he went up to 175 to fight a beast. I mean, you can't really say he's
right.
a bitch.
Well, dodging the guy that he should have fought in his own weight class forever.
That he's already beaten.
Allegedly.
Well, yeah, I mean,
the only draw on his record was that guy, and he didn't win that fight.
I mean,
I honestly just think I think that there should be a rule in boxing and in MMA that if you have no knockdowns for 2 fights, those are both draws. Nobody wins that fight. Nobody got knocked down. I don't give a shit. Like, if I'm hitting you in the head for fucking 3 hours and you don't go down and they say time, that's a draw.
You've got to give both of them a lot of credit. They both hit like trucks, and they never.
God, and those are you know, I get pissed off about those, but as a GGG guy, those are my favorite fights of his. Like, there is nothing better than GGG Canelo because they walk into the center of the fucking ring and just hug for 2 entire fights,
and they never hurt each other.
Ever. They never even like there's not a health event in either of those fights, and they are fucking wailing on each other.
Right. Balls Deep says.
But here's the thing: now that Canelo got knocked out, is his jaw up for grabs?
He didn't get knocked out. He got beat up for 12 rounds by Dimitri Bivol. He did not get.
I thought it was a KO. It was a TKO.
He did not stop him. Nope. It went the distance, and he got the shit kicked out of him.
I don't watch his fights. I read it was a KO, but I believe you.
I was there. I was in the corner actually. Balls Deep says Triple G won that fight like Aaron won his second bout. Well, you've heard me say it before. Triple G won that first fight. I've rewatched that fight numerous times. I can't come up with anything other than 8-4.
I just can't see any, like, I obviously big GGG Mark. I think he won both of those fights. I will hear the argument that Canelo won the second fight. Like, that's fine to me. But I think watching that first fight, if you get anything but GGG winning, you're just not watching that fight, it seems. And the thing about it is that if that trilogy is 1-1, if that first fight had been the fucking win for GGG that it should have been, I don't think Canelo dodges him. I think we get an instant rematch if it's 1-1.
Yeah, I think Canelo barely won the second one. I think he lost the first one. I think this would be the rubber match. Michael B says, and they will both be retarded in 5 years. I mean, that is kind of the end of the argument.
That's not wrong.
I mean, that's the end of the argument right there. Now, as much as we can shit on it and everything else, everybody in this room right now, we can admit we're watching Mayweather McGregor too.
Of course.
Yeah, it's a terrible idea. It's fucking stupid. I don't give a shit, but
I mean, that's like anything with Mayweather, anything with Pacquiao, anything with McGregor. Like, I know people hate McGregor now or whatever, but I mean, I watched the rise of McGregor. I watched it when McGregor was like beating Aldo and like coming up and grabbing the 2 belts and stuff. There was this weird magic thing because he was being the cocksucker he always is, but he was winning, and he was winning how he told people he would win, which is always hilarious.
Kind of the Ali thing.
Yeah, it was that's what McGregor is. McGregor is MMA's Ali, for sure.
All right.
And there's no way that the UFC is on ESPN without Conor McGregor. There are 2 people so with UFC where it is right now on ESPN, it's 4 people total. It's Forrest and Bonner just because of that fight they had when they needed to on TV. And then it's Ronda Rousey and it's Conor McGregor. Those 4 people
don't forget
are
Brock.
the ones that brought it in.
Don't forget Brock.
Brock isn't that big of a deal for the long term. The thing about Brock is he brought in a lot of eyes for people who like wrestling and stuff, but those people left with him too.
Oh, I don't know. I think a lot of the Brock people stayed because I'm one of them, and I'm here.
Yeah, but you're also a boxer. You're a fight sport guy. You're a little different.
That's true.
But the people that were just hardcore wrestling marks, they came in and out with him.
I was going to move on from MMA and boxing, and I was going to mention one thing before we did, and son of a bitch, god damn it, I can't remember what it was. Shit. Oh well. We are $230 away from our goal today, guys. We got a pretty heavy goal right now. we got to knock this thing down a little bit. So if you feel like jumping in, throwing in a few bucks, we would really appreciate it. 230 away from the goal. Super chats, memberships, they all count. PayPal link in the chat. If you could go in the chat right now, click that link, throw in a few bucks if you haven't in a while, that would be great. Also, if someone's been itching to become a VIP, now would be the time. We'd knock out that goal. We've got about 40 minutes left before we got to start the real heavy can rattling. So if we could knock that thing down, I mean, at the very least, I'd like to not have a $500 goal for tomorrow morning. That would be great. So if you guys could chip in, help out the show a little bit, that would be really nice. Sorry to give you the hard sell, but we're within an hour and we're over $200 away. We've knocked $110 off the goal today. We appreciate that very much, and everyone who chipped in, but got to push a little bit further and get a few more people involved here. 230 away from the goal. PayPal link in the chat. Super chats and memberships count as well. Europe's summer heat wave has only just finished, but panic is already growing in Germany over what horrors may lie in store for its citizens this winter. And this is good because whenever Germany is really economically frustrated and panicked, the rest of Europe never suffers any consequences. This is good. They're really worried about the energy stuff with the Putin things going on. Basically, our little sub-war in Ukraine has basically fucked over all of our European allies, especially Germany, really hard, so that we could fight a proxy war with Putin. And
Germany fucked itself over by virtue signaling ending nuclear power 2 years ago. If Germany had their nuclear power plants still on, this wouldn't be a big deal.
I was going to bring that up. There was a report that came out yesterday that said if Germany would turn on 2 of its nuclear reactors, it would solve its energy shortage. And they can turn them on.
Virtue signal that they were their whole thing was like they were going green and they were going to end nuclear and all this stuff. But like them going green and all that was just dependent on Russia. And now Russia cut off that Nord Stream. It's like I read something yesterday where it's Europe is now getting 20% of what they were getting from Russia before. And Russia is a provider of like 60% of it, or was this is like at the beginning of the Ukraine stuff, because I know they're all not doing that now, or some of them aren't.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Germany's in rough shape. Italy, Hungary, and Turkey, I guess, are and
Finland too. Finland, like you don't see a lot of news coverage on it, but Finland is fine. Like what's really funny?
Oh yeah, Finland's in rough shape too, according to this map.
What's really funny about this is if you look at the map, it's all the NATO countries that are bordering the Russian area that are fucked.
Yeah.
Like the ones that are closer to Russia but are NATO, they're the ones that are fucked.
Yeah, Turkey, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Hungary, Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland.
Yep.
All those
every single NATO nation that they absorbed is the one, which is like if you're Russia, that's just icing on the cake, because fuck those guys.
Right. Those are all
like
the countries.
The only ones that Russia will feel kind of, I honestly feel will feel kind of like make a deal with is Finland. If Finland withdraws from their NATO application, they'll be like, all right.
It's funny. The countries that are getting hurt the most are the countries we promised Russia in the 90s we wouldn't absorb into NATO.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's really funny.
It's a little bit of karma in there. Big Earn, thank you very much for the $5 in PayPal. Beggars can't be choosers. We are happy for anything you guys can throw in today, and we are dirty, filthy beggars. The business end of the show, 225 away from the goal. Let's see if Big Earn starts something here. Let's see if he starts a little bit of a rally, because, again, we're 225 away, and we are running out of time in today's show. But if we hit that look, if by a miracle we hit the 225, we got an extra half hour for you today. If we don't hit the 225, I mean, hell, maybe we can chop that goal down to a point where it's not too bad for tomorrow and Friday for you. So there's the link in the chat to PayPal. Super chats count as well, however you want to do it. Let me open up these 8 o'clocks real quick. We got a bunch of 8 o'clock stories, a bunch of 9 o'clock stories. So if you guys do get very generous here in the next 45 minutes, don't worry, we got plenty to cover. Corey, this seems like something that would be right up your alley. Have you ever heard of Rube Waddell?
No.
Rube Waddell. This might be something you want to do on your show on Twitch. Rube Waddell was a baseball player. We did a thing on him for overtime yesterday. And
how do I know that name?
He's a guy who played baseball at the turn of the 20th century. And he was basically mentally retarded. He.
The retarded pitcher, right?
Yeah, he strengthened his arm. Growing up, he strengthened his arm by throwing rocks at chickens and cows. And like when he was on the mound, he would regularly leave the mound and like chase fire trucks. Like if he heard fire trucks going off and he was pitching, he would stop what he was doing, run out of the stadium, chase the fire truck to go help with the fire.
Wasn't he also like super drunk all the time?
Yeah, you know what? Do you want to just do it? Like we did it for the evening show. The evening show is like a third of the audience that the morning show audience does. Should we just do this thing? You guys want to watch some Rube Waddell?
I remember him chasing stuff, and I remember there's he was super drunk and retarded. That's what I remember.
He was very drunk and very retarded, Corey. Both of those things are accurate. Thank you to Balls Deep for trying to jumpstart
he kind of looks like Christopher Reeves with Down syndrome.
Oh yeah, he does absolutely. Balls Deep trying to jumpstart things today. Thank you very much, buddy. You're very generous. $20 in PayPal. $205 away from our goal. So we're getting close to that, it being in the 100s, guys. Also, if you want to get something, if you're like, fuck these guys, I don't want to just hand them money. Well, that's cool too. If you buy merch at steeltoeentertainment.com/shop, the profit of that comes off the goal. So it's perfect. That's someone says about the Christopher Reeves thing. You repeat yourself, Corey. Saying retarded Christopher Reeves.
Act now, and you can also get cool stuff like this. Huh?
Oh, did you get your new hoodie? Did it come in the mail?
No, there's a new hoodie coming?
No, the one with the YouTube URL on it.
No, I just have the Twitch one.
Oh, I thought we got you a new one. Oh, well, April, when we
this
do
one's super comfy though. I like this one.
Yeah, the hoodie is great.
I like it, dude. It's like I was so impressed by the material. It was like I was not expecting it to be as comfortable. Like I was like, oh, cool, because like I wanted the zip up hoodie, you know, and so I was like, oh, cool, a zip up hoodie, and then like the one that I got was just way sweeter than I thought it was.
Well, you got the zip up hoodie too, didn't you?
Yeah, it's fucking awesome.
Good. Anyway, yeah, if you guys want to buy,
nice and light because here, you know, you don't really need it that much except for the wind. Although I haven't been wearing it at all because it's been 118 every fucking day.
Yeah. So I will say this: if you guys buy merch, that comes off the goal as well. But anyway,
I'm gonna need a steel toe mankini down here.
Oh Jesus!
You can get the logo right where my balls are, and I'll wear the Borak thing, and I'll go do man on the street in it.
Oh God, you know what? That might be profitable. 205 away from the goal. PayPal super chats. Let's do it all, guys.
To do my laundry.
Let's knock out that goal. Let's do some Rube Waddell, and let's throw some money at Steel Toe. What do you say? Here we go. The story of Rube Waddell, baseball's most interesting man.
Hall of Fame pitcher Rube Waddell was arguably better than Cy Young, but he also used to leave the mound during games to chase fire trucks, or go fishing, or go pet puppies that fans had in the stands. Does that sound insane to you? Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Here's a crash course on your new favorite baseball player of all time. Rube Waddell.
When we finished this last night during overtime, I was immediately on Google looking for Rube Waddell jerseys. Could not find any, unfortunately. Spoiler alert. I could only find like Hall of Fame bust shirts, but
I'm sure you can like find it on like Etsy or something. Like
maybe.
Somebody's made it somewhere.
Or I can make a Rube Waddell jersey, I guess.
Waddell was born George Waddell in October of 1876. Now, before we go any further, I want to mention that his nickname Rube in our present era would never be acceptable. But that is what he'd come to go by. It will become clear to you that George Waddell suffered from some mental disability that was never diagnosed. Though that adds an element of tragedy to this tale, the shortcomings of his era also enabled him to become a Major League Baseball Hall of Famer.
Right,
Oh, check this out, dude. There are Rube Waddell baseball cards, and they're $500 for like the little tiny one, like in mint. That would be like, I'm not a big fan of like those trophy collectibles, but that would be a really funny thing to just have hanging on your wall.
Yeah, what a bargain, I say. Rube Waddell, that's an interesting point that they just made, that due to the limitations of their time in diagnosing what exactly was wrong with him, because back then they would have said, oh, he's slow. Like, we would have coddled him and we would have put him in every special class and like we would have given him all this extra attention. He never would have become a great pitcher.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have just been, we would have put him in a pigeonhole. We would have said, this is where you go. These are your limitations. You can't achieve any higher than this. And we'd be thinking that we're protecting him, which as we hear more of this, you'll find out maybe it would be a decent, Could have used some protection.
And a genuine hero. Waddell grew up on a farm in northeastern Pennsylvania and never had any sort of formal education. There are two different stories about how he strengthened his throwing arm and learned to pitch. One is that his favorite childhood hobby was throwing rocks at birds, and two, he used to throw rocks at cows who were trying to eat seeds off the farmland before they were fully planted.
So he would basically be the security guard, the bouncer for the corn, and if the cows would come by and eat it, he'd just chuck fucking rocks at them.
He had a 2.16 ERA and 2,316 strikeouts.
Dude, he's an animal. He's an absolute animal.
That's like what's funny is like how many of those strikeouts came after re-entering the mound after chasing.
We're gonna get to all that. They're gonna cover all that in this.
Either way, Rube Waddell learned to pitch by throwing rocks at animals, and he was soon dominating the mound in his local youth baseball leagues. When he was 19, his natural pitching ability and raw power earned him a spot on a local semi-pro team. He was extremely talented, but he also didn't really know the rules of baseball. If a ball was hit back to him, he routinely fired the ball at the hitter running down the first baseline.
If they hit the ball back to him, he would imagine that. You hit the ball back to the pitcher. You know how baseball players are. When they do that, they just trot to first. They don't really run. It's like, fuck, I'm out. Now all of a sudden you got this big ape man chucking a fucking baseball at you as hard as he can.
Instead of throwing it to his first baseman. When his manager asked him about it, he said, "Hit the batter and he's out where I come from." After he got over that hurdle and learned to throw the ball to first base, Waddell was offered a job with the Franklin Braves. Once he arrived in Franklin, his lack of education was, let's say, apparent, instantly earning him the nickname Rube, courtesy of his catcher Jack Nelson. The name would stick for the rest of his days. It was also in Franklin that Rube's legendary antics would begin. Though he was almost an unspeakably good pitcher, Rube would often be halfway through pitching a game and then just wander off the mound and not return.
You just fuck off.
How good do you have to be for a team to put up with that?
Well, I think, like, even back then, like, their limited knowledge in, like, 1900 of mental stuff like that, they could still be like, yeah, Rube's different than everyone else. Like, Rube's slow.
Rube's slow.
So we're just going to let him wander off because the 4 innings he does pitch, he strikes out 10 guys. So
sometimes he went fishing. Sometimes he just walked off the mound and headed to a bar. Sometimes he would get distracted by dogs in the stands and leave the mound to play with them. Most alarmingly, if a fire truck ever drove by the stadium, Rube would dart off the mound and chase after it. He'd run off the mound, run out of the stadium, and chase fire trucks.
Now, it's not because he was like a dog or anything. He was a kind-hearted dude who wanted to go help wherever the fire was, and he found that to be more important than the baseball game. And if you think about it, in a perfect world, Rube is right. We're wrong. Yeah, we should all go and help where that fire is. But yeah, we got a baseball game to play. That's our job. Like, may I say, Rube Waddell is the best of us.
Yeah. I'm going to say that one more time because it's important that it sinks in. Rube Waddell was a grown man and a professional baseball player. During professional baseball
this guy
games,
can't believe how stupid it is.
I know.
If a fire truck drove by the stadium, he would leave the field and chase after the truck. The Franklin Braves ended up folding, but that wasn't the end of the line for Rube Waddell as word of his talent continued to spread. A local college made Waddell an offer for him to come pitch for them. The offer was free tuition, which to no fault of his own he couldn't really do anything with, but they also offered him free room and board, $1 per game, and free tobacco.
And that was enough for old Rube.
So Rube's just playing for the tobacco.
I got my buck a day and my tobacco. I am set to go.
And those 3 things all sounded great to Rube. At Volant College on the mound, Rube was nothing short of dominant. The games were 7 innings, 2 innings shorter than the ones you're used to, and Rube averaged 15 strikeouts per game.
Damn.
On an average out of 21 or 18 outs if they won, which they probably did, out of an average of 18 to 21 outs, he would strike out 15 of those outs. He's a fucking monster.
That's pretty fucking crazy.
Which only makes me think, how many birds did he kill growing up? I mean, if he threw that hard, he definitely crushed some robins' heads with a rock.
Which, if you're not a fan,
Dude, he probably killed a cow because they're saying he would throw them at fucking cows.
Yeah, he would chuck rocks at cows.
That dude has probably killed cows with rocks.
Absolutely. He created little Rube Waddell cows by hitting them with rocks in the head.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
baseball,
that's true.
Yeah. Those are best in the world type numbers. And that's not all. There are reports that more than once, Rube turned to his teammates playing the field and told them to leave the field while he pitched to the next batter because he didn't need any defense.
Get the fuck out of here.
That retard's kind of a dick.
Because the ball wasn't going to get hit. And then he'd strike them out. It's also widely reported that after he'd end innings with strikeouts, he'd do cartwheels or somersault his way back to the dugout. It didn't take too long for his dominant numbers as well as tales of his antics to catch the eye of Major League scouts, and Rube was signed to the Louisville Colonels in 1897, a professional ball club. However, Rube only lasted 2 days in Louisville after he was fined $50 for going on a drinking bender.
That's really funny.
They really wanted him to pitch for them because like the guy's a fucking animal, but they're like, okay, well he's missed 2 starts now because he won't stop getting shit-faced. We got to do something about this.
Rube didn't like the fine, and he didn't understand why he wasn't allowed to get plowed whenever he felt like it. So he quit the team. Largely because of his drinking
He was
problem.
so stupid, he didn't understand why he wasn't allowed to get plowed.
I mean, we're talking about a guy who threw rocks at chickens, and then every time he got the ball, he tried to throw it at the guy who hit it. I mean, what do you want from him?
Which was severe and not to be
awesome, though, right?
Yeah.
understated. Rube spent the better part of the next 5 years ping-ponging back and forth between the majors and the minors, all while chasing fire trucks and wrestling alligators in the off-season. Wrestling alligators. Is that weird? It's hard to know where the line is between weird and not weird when it comes to Rube Waddell. In 1902, legendary manager Connie Mack decided to take a chance on Rube, bringing him back to the majors and signing him to the Philadelphia Athletics. With the Philadelphia A's, Rube was absolutely spectacular. He pitched in 33 games that season, amassing a 24-7 record with a 2.05 ERA, and led the American League with 210 strikeouts, 50 more than
So
Cy
here's
Young
the real
had
question:
that.
who wins in a fight, him or Nolan Ryan?
Rube Waddell's got that you-know-what strength, so maybe him. Although Nolan Ryan does too.
Cuban?
Yeah. Listen to this stat.
Because he's from Naples?
Listen to this.
Definitely from Naples.
Listen to this stat they're about to tell you.
33 games that season, amassing a 24-7 record with a 2.05 ERA, and led the American League with 210 strikeouts, 50 more than Cy Young had that year, and Cy Young pitched in 100 more innings that season than Rube.
He had 50 more strikeouts.
So he had how many? Wow.
50 more strikeouts in 100 less innings. Well, yeah, because Cy Young didn't run off the field to chase fire
I was going
trucks
to say, like,
and
the
pet
other
dogs.
thing that they're not talking about is, so when he ran off the field and came back, right? How many batters did he miss in between there? So maybe those games aren't even complete games.
No, I don't know if he ever came back to those games. I think he ran off and he just stayed gone.
That's even better.
Like, that was it. He was done for the day. Like, hey, there's a fire. I got to go. And technically, he's right. So think about it. I was telling this to April yesterday. I'm like, April, and she did get this right. I didn't know she knew this, but I go, what do they call the award that they give the best pitcher in baseball every year? She goes, the Cy Young Award. I go, yes. He fucked that guy up. Like, he destroyed that guy statistically. He just couldn't stay in the league because he drank and chased fire trucks.
Rube also pitched baseball's very first immaculate inning, throwing 9 pitches and retiring 3 batters.
Wow,
First one to ever do it.
1903 to 1907, he put up similarly staggering numbers, leading the league in strikeouts 6 years in a row, and he did it all while being the same old Rube we've come to know and love. He missed starts because he was fishing. He was late to games because he was playing marbles or stickball in the streets of Philadelphia with children. And of course, he usually wore a red shirt under his uniform.
Because he's playing fucking marbles, dude.
Yeah.
Is there anything, I know that it's like different era and stuff, but like in your head, when you think of like a simple Jack person, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything more retarded than just sitting there playing marbles?
When you're supposed to be pitching. Oh, and by the way, Rube made the equivalent in today's dollars of $100,000 a year, so it's not like he wasn't making any money.
That's so funny.
With children. And of course, he usually wore a red shirt under his uniform just in case a fire truck drove by, so that he could chase after it and join the firemen and help out. The red shirt, I suppose, made him feel like he himself was a part of the fire engine crew. According to baseball historian Lee Allen, Waddell began the 1903 season sleeping in a firehouse in Camden, New Jersey, and ended it tending bar in a saloon in Wheeling, West Virginia. In between those events, he won 22 games for the Philadelphia Athletics, toured the nation in a melodrama called The Stain of Guilt, courted, married, and became separated from May Wynn Skinner of Lynn, Massachusetts, saved a woman from drowning, accidentally shot a friend through the hand, and was bitten by a lion.
What? Wait, what?
In one season, like during the baseball season.
See, this is what I'm talking about when I say baseball's dying and boring now.
There's no more Rube
Like,
Waddell.
what do we have? We have the steroid era. Who
Yeah.
gives a shit?
Back then, they had Ty Cobb beating the shit out of fans and Rube Waddell chasing trucks.
That's right, Rube's undeniable talent and the legend of his antics made him so famous that he even tried his hand at acting in a touring play. The audience loved his performance, but it was likely a nightmare for the other actors because Rube improvised every single one of his lines since he couldn't remember even one word of the script. And yes, apparently he was bitten by a lion. Somehow. There are no articles or first-hand accounts that tell exactly how that happened.
Bury the lion. Tell me fucking how.
There's rumors that he punched it.
Oh my God.
There's rumors that he hit the lion, so the lion bit him. I looked that one up.
Just that it did. But since this is Rube Waddell,
That's like some like Roberto Duran shit.
Yeah.
we're talking about literally anything is possible. It's also worth noting that during this time, Rube's contract with the ball club included a, quote, no eating crackers in the bed clause. It used to be common for players to share beds on the road, and Rube's bedmate, Ozzy Schreckenghost, could never get any sleep because Rube was always eating crackers and getting crumbs all over the bed. The American League strikeout leader. As quickly as Rube Waddell rose to stardom and national acclaim, he fell. In the end, his antics, on the field and off, and his severe alcohol abuse led to his demise, as it normally does. By the end of 1907, his performance on the mound severely waned and only went downhill for the next 3 years. He pitched his final major league pitch in 1911. In 1912, Rube was living in Kentucky when a nearby dam collapsed. Given his background of chasing fire trucks, it should come as no surprise that Waddell immediately jumped into action trying to help however he could. He saved several people from drowning, he pulled people from damaged homes to safety, he worked tirelessly in the frigid waters to stack sandbags. He was a true hero, and if nothing else, he should be remembered for that. His heroism, however, came at a price. Rube developed a severe case of pneumonia from which he never fully recovered. He died in hospice in 1914, tragically, perfectly, elegantly, wildly enough, on April Fool's Day. In 1946, Rube Waddell was enshrined in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Of course it was.
Perhaps there is no one more deserving.
There you go. That's the story of the great Rube Waddell. Just, I mean...
It looks like all the like weird like Zach Greinke stories not even matter.
Right, exactly. It makes him look like a bitch.
Like I don't know if you like know about the Zach Greinke stuff, but like that guy's like a modern day Waddell in some aspects, not nearly as cool.
Thank you very much to Cowboy for $20 and Sean Raz for $5. So we are now, that's going to knock us 20 down from our goal. We are now 185 away from our goal today. Let's see if we can start a late rally here and get that thing under 100. Remember, if we get it to $50, we're always willing to do the overtime on credit, as it were, because we know you guys are good for it and you're very supportive of this show. So we do appreciate that. As we check in here, nothing on PayPal to thank, nothing new. 185 away from the goal, 185. And in about 15, 20 minutes here, we're going to have to do some can rattling, get things going a little bit. But in the meantime, if you want to knock down that goal, now's the time, and then we can kind of avoid the can rattling stuff, which this show's a lot of fun. I love doing it. Literally, the only thing that I feel bad about is the can rattling part. But hey, it's kept us so far the last couple of years, and we do appreciate your guys' support a lot. 185 away from the goal. Callie with $5 on Super Sticker. That's going to bring us to 180 away from today's goal. So you guys are getting there. We're getting very close. We've got the recession story. We can go to that. We've got a bunch of other stuff. Like I said, we have plenty for overtime today. But yeah, that Rube Waddell thing, Baseball back in the day, like baseball before you really regulated sports or anything, just had so many colorful stories and so many.
I mean, it was like back in the day. I mean, you had like what's that guy's name? The Doc, whatever, who threw the no-hitter on acid.
Oh,
you got
Doc, not Doc Ellis, was it?
Ellis? I think
Zen
it's Doc
Rhino
Ellis.
says
That's what I
Doc
wanted to
Ellis
say.
threw a no-hitter for the Pirates while high on LSD.
Yeah.
It wasn't Doc Gordon.
I think it's Doc Ellis.
Is it Doc? Okay, Doc Ellis. I
That
wonder
was what I was gonna say, but I was second guessing it. So that when you said it, I'm gonna say with pretty certainty, yes. Doc
was
Ellis.
there a Doc Gordon though? No, there wasn't.
Gooden?
Doc Gooden. Thank you. That's the guy I was thinking of. Doc Ellis. Is there a
Some Doc somebody? Doc Ock.
Doc Holliday? That was his name.
It is Doc Gooden. No, it's Doc Ellis. Dwight Gooden is.
Remember when Doc Ellis threw a no-hitter on LSD? You want to watch this?
Yeah, is that the animated one? That's a really good.
Oh, you like? Is the animated one good? I see that one.
The animated one is really good.
Okay. An animated short by James Blogden. Doc Ellis and the LSD no-no.
Yeah, this one's great.
1970.
We flew into San Diego and I asked the manager, could I go home? Because we had an off day. So he said, yeah. So I took some LSD at the airport because I knew where it would hit me. I'd be in my little area and I know where to go. So that's how I got to my friend's girlfriend's house. She said, what's wrong with you? I said, I'm high as a Georgia pine.
I'm high as a Georgia pine.
The next day, which I thought was the next day, she told me, you better get up. You got to go pitch. I said, pitch? I pitch tomorrow. Hell, what are you talking about? Because I had got up in the middle of the morning and took some more acid. She grabbed the paper, brought me the sports page and showed me. Boom. I said, oh, wow. What happened to yesterday? She said, I don't know, but you better get to that airport.
Shucks. It's all right.
Now, this was in the 70s, and greens was Dexamil. That was the drug of choice back then, was a stimulant. Over 90% of major leagues was using Dexamil when I was playing. When I got to the game, there was a lady down there in San Diego who used to always have the bennies for me, Benzedrine, which is another stimulant. I went out to the dugout and reached up because she was standing over the rail.
He was on LSD and benzos?
And Dexamil.
Oh, fuck.
She always stood over the rail and had a pretty little gold pouch. So I got the bennies, went on back in the clubhouse, took them. The game started and the mist started. Misty rain. So all during the game was a little mist. The opposing team and my teammates, they knew I was high, but they didn't know what I was high on. Because they had no idea what LSD was other than what they see on TV with the hippies. I didn't see the hitters. All I could tell was if they was on the right side or the left side.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Do these batters realize how close to death they were?
I don't think they do.
Because he didn't see a human. He just saw some kind of figure, and he knew about where it was, and he threw a ball 100 miles per hour at that thing.
Yeah.
The catcher put tape on his fingers.
And he's probably watching the trails afterwards because he's that high.
Yeah.
So I could see the signals. We had a rookie on the team at that particular time named Dave Cash, and he kept saying after the first inning, he said, you got a no-no going, a no-hitter. I said, yeah, right.
He didn't even know. Doc Ellis had no idea that he had a no-hitter going.
And I looked. Then around the fourth inning, he'd say it again, got a no-no going. I looked. Yep. But I could also feel the pressure from other players wanting to tell him to shut up. It's a superstition thing where you're not supposed to say nothing.
Right.
If somebody's throwing a no-hitter. There were times when the ball was hit back at me, I jumped because I thought it was coming fast.
That's my favorite part. They would throw. There's videos of this, and it's pretty funny. Like where he just would like jump out of the way as they were hitting.
Oh, I think that I love baseball and I played it most of my life, but I will say the superstitions can be kind of stupid. Like,
I always hated the superstition. Like, I like talking trash when I was catching, and that was it.
I've had a no-hitter going. I've never thrown one. I've thrown complete games, but never a no-hitter. And it doesn't matter if anyone else mentions it because you're thinking about it.
My fat ass broke up a dude's no-hitter once with a bunt. Get fucked.
Attaboy.
Was coming slow. Third base would come by and grab the ball and threw somebody out.
That was
I
before
never
high
caught a
school
ball
when I
from the
discovered
catcher
a
with-
real curveball, though.
Yeah, right.
And all anybody had to do to get me out of there was just one curveball down the middle.
Yep. I couldn't hit sliders. That
It's
dropped
always
my...
one, right? Like, it's everybody that like was any good at baseball as a kid. It's always there's one pitch that just got you. And those people who never had that one pitch, they're in the pros.
Yeah. So that I couldn't... Sliders would drop my average by about 200 points in a season overnight.
Like, if there was a pitcher who could throw a changeup and a curveball, I would think the curveball was a changeup every time.
Yeah, you just sit there and you'd be like, I'm going to wait on a fastball so I can get something straight.
And there was a guy, I remember in high school, we had this guy played for Minnetonka. And like, this dude was their ace. And this dude he only threw 2 pitches. It was a 2-seam, it was a changeup, and it was a curveball. And they all looked like the same fucking pitch. And they would like be, we were high school kids, so maybe 15, 20 mile difference, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's just like the 2-seam and then like the changeup and then like, and his changeup was gross.
Yeah. You want to quit.
Yeah, I just wanted to charge the mound with my bat.
There was a big old ball. And then sometimes it looked small.
Big old ball.
One time I covered first base and I caught the ball and I tagged the base all in one motion. I said, "Oh, I just made a touchdown."
I just made a touchdown.
What a fucking lunatic.
I didn't pay no attention to the score. I'm trying to get the batters out. And I'm throwing a crazy game. I'm hitting people, walking people, throwing balls in the dirt. They're going everywhere.
Now we go for the pièce de résistance. We moved to the bottom of the ninth on a no-hitter, leading 2-0.
It was easier to pitch with the LSD because I was so used to medicating myself. That's the way I was dealing with the fear of failure.
It was easier to pitch with the LSD.
Yeah, easier.
The fear of losing, the fear of winning. It's just it was part of the game. You get to the major leagues and you say, I got to stay here. What do I need?
Everybody in our bullpen is standing and walking around nervously. They want to run and grab Doc. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes, and here's the pitch. Strike 3, he got it! They're going after him, he got it! They're mobbing Doc Ellis on a no-hitter!
He's just high as a kite.
Yeah. Touchdown, baby. Touchdown.
There you go. Doc Ellis and the LSD no-no.
Doc LSD, am I right?
We don't get those. We don't get those kind of, stories about baseball anymore. It's unfortunate.
I think the last one we had was like, I don't know. I think the last great moment for baseball was that home run race between McGwire and Sosa. That was the last time baseball was exciting.
I'm trying to think. That for some reason I remember the World Series of 9/11. I think it was when the Diamondbacks beat the Yankees that year.
That fucking team, like that pitching staff was crazy.
Johnson and
Because it was
Schilling.
Randy Johnson, Schilling, and then it was Webb as well that nobody talks about. And Webb threw one of the craziest knuckleballs the world's ever seen.
That's right.
So they literally had fucking power with Johnson, and then they would go to consistency with Schilling, and then they would go to a fucking elite knuckleball pitcher game 3. Like you had no anything. Like that top 3 pitching rotation was crazy. And those guys, those 3 were like leftover old school dudes. So like they were giving you 7 or 8 innings every time they went out.
It was I'm gonna see
a closer. They had a really good closer on that team too. That team was so good.
I can't remember, but I think I remember the guy who hit the walk-off hit to win the World Series. I'm almost positive it was Craig Counsell. If I'm wrong, I don't know why I'm thinking the name Craig Counsell right now. But I'm pretty...
I remember the home run. I was never that big of a...
It wasn't a home run. It was a hit to center field. It was a walk-off
It wasn't
single.
a home run? I thought it was a home run.
I'm almost positive it wasn't. Let me see. Craig Counsell. Okay, so it was him. World Series winning hit. Yeah, this is the 2001 ninth inning rally.
Down the third base line to make Grossness field the ball. 2 on, nobody out, and the bunt to Rivera. Throws to third, out.
Okay, so they had a bunt out. Oh, it was against Mariano Rivera, too.
Second, one away.
Oh, crazy.
9th, 2 on, 1 out. And Womack into right field, a hit. Here comes Cummings. It's tied.
I don't remember.
I always thought that was a home run. In my head, it was a home run.
I don't remember what the series was at. Was it 3-3 or was Arizona up 3-2? I can't remember.
I think it was 4-2 was the final of that series. Or no, it went 7 games, right?
I don't remember. Then there's a hit batter. Bases loaded, 1 out.
Yeah, 4-1.
Lifetime for Luis Gonzalez.
Then you've got
2-2, bottom of the 9th. Game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Floyd,
there it is.
Center field. The Diamondbacks are world champions.
Yeah, that was I remember fucking that's a name it's kind of got etched in my brain. That was a pretty cool moment. And then the Twins had some cool moments.
This is kind of cool. You ready for this?
What?
In that series, right? The home team won every single game in that series, which has only happened twice before. Do you know what those two are?
I know the Twins did it in one of theirs.
Yep.
Was it the
Braves?
Was it the Braves or the Cardinals World Series? 87 or 91? I think it was 91.
No, you ready?
What? It was 87?
It was also the Twins.
Oh, it was 87 and 91 we did it?
Yeah, it's only ever happened 3 times, and 2 of them were 87, 91.
Okay, so it was both. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I knew that one of them we won all the home games.
Yep.
And that's how we ended up winning that thing. All right, guys, we're a ways away from our goal today. We got about 10 minutes left in the show. In about 5 minutes, we're going to start the can rattling and everything else. If you feel like chipping in, if we can knock this thing out, we sure would be grateful.
We
if
do
you guys,
MIDI music too.
We're going to do the MIDI music in about 5 minutes. $180 away from our goal today. That's $180 away from the goal. Super chats, memberships. There's the PayPal link in the chat. If you guys feel like chipping in, please do. Again, 180 away from our goal. So even if we can't hit the goal today and do an extra half hour, it will help for tomorrow and Friday, because right now we'd have to go to about 490 for each of the goals on Thursday and Friday. So if you could help us knock that out, that would be great. Labglass says it wasn't Craig Counsell. It was Luis Gonzalez. Okay. Who scored the winning run in the 2001 World Series? Why the fuck is Craig Counsell in my head? The Diamondbacks won the game 3-2 with Jay Bell scoring the winning run on a bloop single by Luis Gonzalez. Okay, well then I'm creeped the fuck out as to why nobody should remember Craig Counsell.
Yeah, but you do.
For some reason, I do. 180 away from the goal. Super Crazy says, what charity is it for? Steel Toe Media Incorporated, so I can pay the 4 people who work for us, pay corporate taxes, which are so much fun, and take a salary for myself. And pay for the prizes we're going to do on the prize night tonight and everything else. So yes, the contributions, the donations, that is how this show supports itself. Super Crazy. Thank you very much, buddy. The goal is basically the break-even point. What we do is we take the ad revenue money and stuff like that, and that's the profit. We just try to make what it takes to run this show from the audience. So if you guys feel like chipping in, please do. Forgotten Lolcow says, ban Super Crazy, please. Okay, I'm interested to hear why. I like this when we get new listeners and they have beefs with other new listeners that come in at the same time. I'm really interested now. You've got me sucked in to this
He just
Super
keeps
Crazy
typing
drama.
romance cat over and over again.
Who does?
That Super Crazy guy.
Super Crazy keeps writing romance cat?
Yeah, he's written it like 3 or 4 times. I think.
All right,
Maybe.
Super Crazy. I haven't noticed it because we were talking about fun shit. Are you going to promise that you'll stop writing romance cat for whatever fucking reason?
That's a Forgotten Lolcow romance cat.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, Super Crazy.
I looked at him comment, like he actually, like, when I noticed it like the 2nd or 3rd time, I was like, time to pay less attention to chat and time to go more into the Ellis shit.
Yeah. Super Crazy says, what did I do? Apparently you were just writing romance cat a bunch, and now our listeners are writing romance cat. So you know what? I'm glad I was out of the chat for a while. I'll put it that
right?
way. Yeah.
Feels good.
All right. Can we get a little late rally going here? Let's see. Let's 9:53, so we got 7 minutes left in the show.
I was looking up Kurt Schilling.
Yeah.
It says Kurt Schilling, former American Major League Baseball player, right-handed pitcher, right? Who is also a commentator for conservative media outlet The Blaze. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
I did not know that he worked for The Blaze.
Conservative media outlet Blaze TV.
All right, you want to fire up the MIDI and rattle the cans and see if we can chop down that goal a little bit today?
Hell yeah, chop it down.
All right, guys, let's get to chopping. Here you go. It is Hype Train time, hearkening back to the days of Twitch where we started our streaming careers. Let's see if anyone's feeling generous. We stopped the show to rattle the cans and do a little beggary. There you go. $180 away from the goal. Let's romance cat our way into this 180. There's the PayPal link in the chat. Click it. Chip in a few bucks. If you feel like becoming a VIP, it's $250 in a week. You get all 3 of our t-shirts, hoodie. You get entered in a $100 drawing every month. You get every piece of merch that comes out for free, and you get 2 tickets to every one of our shows. So we got about 5 minutes left in today's show, and we are 180 away from that goal. Jesus, Suave Banana. I know what that word means, but it is jarring to see it every time. Woo! There's nothing wrong with it, technically speaking. Thank you, Sandy Squatch, for renewing your membership. That's going to knock us down by $5. Every little bit helps. Thank you. And remember, when we get within 50, we do the 30 minutes of overtime on credit. That's the other thing. If we meet our goal, we give you 30 extra minutes of show. Dave Dowling says, viewer-driven content by donations is far, far better than poisonous force-fed corporate propaganda for useless swill. Oh, very cool. Thank you. Aerodynamic Scrotum says, I got banned off Twitch when I was watching a car chase, and I wrote, let's all guess what color he is. Well, that's too bad, buddy. Right now, we got a few minutes left in this. We got a few minutes left in the music. Let me get Corey turned up. Let me get this volume settled. There we go. We've got the PayPal link in the chat. We're 175 away. Thank you, Sandy, for starting a rally here during this hype train. We are pretty dry other than that. 175 away from the goal. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on Thursday and Friday. But let's see. Nate says, Aaron, your honest thoughts on your fan base. I am not impressed. The quality of your viewers must be raised. Well, I'll tell you this. For the last 2 years since we left radio, they allowed me to bring the people I work with me and do this as a business, and they've supported it 100%. So I gotta like them for that. And Nate,
Balls deep. Nate, I like you.
Yeah, Balls deep says, Nate, I like you.
Here's the thing, Nate. They're shit heels, but they're objectively pretty funny. Ooh, Trucker 18-wheeler with 50.
Trucker 18-wheeler, we take 35 of that, so no problem. By the way, we take 70% of super chats, over 90%. We count 100% of the PayPals. 140 away from our goal, thanks to Trucker 18-wheeler. That gave us a
pretty excited little dude, too. That's cool.
Let's give us a little shot in the arm. That gave us a little shot in the arm here. Let's see if we can make the rest of it work. Remember, if we hit the goal, we do an extra 30 minutes. So this will be an ugly little 3-4 minute session of begging. And then after that, maybe the show continues. Otherwise, we wrap up in 2
Say
minutes.
Please over and over. Actually beg like that Adam Sandler sketch on SNL. Please let him live in your house. Just let me live in your house.
Let him live in your house!
Yeah.
Isn't that that's the same sketch, right? He starts yelling at the end of it.
Yeah, it's Chris Farley yells while Adam Sandler's like begging.
Yeah.
Let me play with your plants. Let me sleep in your bed.
For the love of God, let him play. 140
donations. For the love of God, give him a super chat.
140 away from the goal today. PayPal link in the chat. Thank you to Trucker 18-wheeler and Sandy, but it's pretty empty other than that, and we have about 1:10 left in today's show. If you like what you hear, please subscribe, hit the like button. That helps us out a lot, too. If you want to become a member, we've got a $100 drawing for those tonight. The prize show is going to be at 7 o'clock this evening. 7 o'clock this evening for the prize show, where we're going to give away over, I think we end up giving away about $1,000 worth of prizes on the prize show every month. So
exciting.
50 seconds, 50 seconds left on the clock. $140 away from the goal today. And unfortunately, coming up quite a bit short. Silverwolf says, sorry, boss, saving for a new computer. And unlike DSP, I don't expect anyone else to buy me one. I hear you, buddy. Don't you worry about it, Silverwolf. You've always been incredibly supportive of this program. If anyone else wants to chip in before we're done here, feel free. Otherwise, we are going to be locking up shop here in about 20 seconds. Corey has his show on Twitch and YouTube. That is...
Yeah, we'll be on YouTube right after this. I was planning on being there in a half hour, but I guess we'll go earlier.
YouTube, Corey Adam Comedy, and twitch.tv/Corey Adam Comedy. There you go. All right, that is the end. We are out of time for today. We came up 140 short, but we will roll that into tomorrow and Friday's show and see how we do. Corey, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
And we will talk to you on next Wednesday, and people can go over to YouTube and Twitch and check you out later today. To the rest of you,
here in a second.
Yeah, to the rest of you, we will talk to you tonight at 7 o'clock for the prize show. We're going to have lots of fun. Hopefully you were saving it all up for the prize show tonight, because $15 gets you 2 of these stickers and also gets you qualified for a $250 cash drawing tonight. So enjoy yourself. We'll talk to you again at